I'm losing track of my days. Good Saturday morning, Houston. Yes, good Saturday morning. How we doing out there? Woo! See, got to look at those hands warmed up. Very good. Hope everyone had a great night, and we're heading into a beautiful day here at the Houston Quilt Festival. If you've joined us for the past sessions, my name is Ryan O'Keefe. Once again, I'm the owner of Mac and Hound, a leather and canvas goods company out of Providence, Rhode Island. We've done this is our fourth session with the Barracuda Command, and today we're going to finish the bag that we had started yesterday. So we have our pieces. We have our hanging pocket piece, wax canvas and leather. We've got our big body bag, and we'll start going through the parts of that. What I've done here on the Barracuda Command is actually switch out the leather walking foot for the traditional walking foot. The leather walking foot, which we'll see here. Let's see, what camera are we on right now? Oh, no, it's all good. The leather walking foot, which you'll see here, is one of the accessories that come with the Barracuda Command, and it's completely flat, which is great for when you're working. There we go. Yeah, so you see there, completely flat compared to a traditional walking foot, and you can kind of see the teeth there. The reason that you would be using something like this is exactly what it's called for. When you're working with leather, you don't want those teeth marring up all that nice work you're about to do permanently. So we use that on the inside pocket binding here, which was all leather. But we're going to replace that today because we're going to work mostly in wax canvas. So where we're going to get started today, we have our beautiful bag, which is one piece. We'll fold it out here for you. And I've gone ahead and I've already rolled all the hems to where we need it to be. We've put on this great reinforcement panel here on the bottom. Very simple, just right in the middle. The nice thing about wax canvas is you can see here that when you fold it, it gives you your lines automatically. It's actually a nice material to work with. It kind of gets you cheat a little bit. So when we're at this phase of bag making, right before we start looking at the hems and closing it up, this is about the time where I'd start working on the handles. Unfortunately, the leather strapping for the handles didn't come in, but I'll show you kind of what I would do on this bag. My normal strap would probably be would be a medium weight leather. This would probably be a little bit thin. You're looking to get a 20-inch drop on a bag like this. And now how you measure drop on a bag is you figure out where you're going to place it, and you measure from the top of the bag to where your shoulder would be. And so that would kind of depend on how long you want it to be. All of that is subjective. You can make a bag however you want, and that's the beauty of it. If you want it to go over your shoulder and hang down, give yourself a 24-inch drop. Who cares? If you want it tied up into, there, or you think you're just going to carry it like this and that's how the bag's meant to be, give yourself a shorter drop. Make it come in like this and give yourself a little bit more of a tighter handle, like a backpack. Make it go out real wide. But it's really up to you. My recommendation is I always work 4 inches off of the center line on a bag, so 8 inches apart, and I give myself the average 20-inch drop, which is usually about 36 inches of leather. Now, how you attach that is completely your preference. I've done where you can sew it directly on, and this is the phase of the bag where you would sew it on right before you start closing it up and working with the hems. You can also rivet it, which I love to do and my customers like to do, because what I can do on the inside is reinforce it with leather pieces and add a D-ring so that way you can hook your keys onto it without getting lost in the bag. And that is one of the biggest features of my bag. So or you can do a combination of the both, which I've seen. You can rivet it on and then sew it, and that sucker's not going anywhere. It's also a really great look. So you could do it any of those ways. The handle is really up to interpretation, as is much of bag making. But this would be the phase that we start talking, or we would start doing that normally. What we are going to do, starting off, though, is we're going to start with the hems. So what I've done here already is rolled this hem. The great thing about wax canvas is it doesn't have a front or a back. It is not like your traditional cloth. It's waxed on both sides. It's usable on both sides. You don't have to worry about which side's front, which side's wrong. So all we're doing to hide these seams is basically doing like a pants hem. I'm rolling about about an inch, and then I'm rolling another inch right over it to make this nice, hefty rolled seam so you can't see the inside. It's not going to fray. And then what you can do with that is if you're looking to add some sort of closure or clasp, just rivet right through there, punch a hole, and put your magnetic snap button or whatever it is that you want to do. And it creates a nice reinforcement so the bag doesn't tear when people are trying to open it. The other thing that you can do with this, we're going to do a bottom seam and a top seam. You can go straight for a top seam with this as long as you're making sure you're connecting that that piece that you folded under. That's 100% a look decision. The real thing that we're worried about with this is, hey, welcome back. You saw I was like, they're going to miss the end. The real thing we're making sure that we do is that we put all of these layers together. So I'm going to start doing that. I've already started the cheat by lining up my my little magnetic seam guide here, and I'm going to take that off. Now, at this point, we are going through 3 layers of wax canvas, and this is the part of the bag where you're going to need to start having that power, because towards the end of this bag, the last step of this bag is sewing through 10 layers of wax canvas. So that's usually when I start looking up and go, please don't do this to me today. Put the foot. Oh yeah, I'm not there yet, Joe. Come on, you're scaring me. I always forget. If you come up and you've talked to me at the booth and you wanted to show it and I'm just sewing there, normally when I'm talking, I forget to do all the basics like a beginner would, and I'll leave the foot up and go, what's going on? Why is this not working? Like, oh yeah, I'm ruining the machine. But here we go. So again, I have this, make sure, I have this at the lowest setting here because I like to be very deliberate when I sew. When I have wax canvas and I have a little bit of wiggle room because I can always rip these seams out, it's just like fabric. The one thing is you will see the holes initially, but wax canvas has this great feature where if you don't like the lines on the bag, get a hair dryer and warm it up and then rub it and all of that disappears. So we're going to backstitch here and then we're just going to roll. I'm going to fold this over so I don't have too much to work with. So this is a heavy duty machine. If you haven't been here for the other sessions, this is the Barracuda Command. It is a portable industrial walking foot machine. It has a direct drive motor here on the side, which is providing the torque even while I'm sewing this slowly. So this can handle leather, wax canvas, duck cloth, sombrella. Whoops, that goes right over. I should have planned for that better. If you want to look at that, that's the kind of work that I normally do. Feel free to pass that around, but that's something that I carry in my shop all the time. And also, I will say I am doing this completely by, like, I'm eyeballing all this. I don't have any rulers. I'm doing it based on a map. But here we go. 1. There we go. We've got our seam here. Boom. Now, I'm going to end up, I don't have to do a top seam on this because now that I've locked this in place, this is never going to unfurl. I don't have to worry about the inside layer, but I do kind of like that accent piece that runs along the top. So we're going to do that real quick before we do the next layer. Put these off to the side. And once again, I am just going to straight eyeball this. Wish me luck. I'm glad somebody does. I know my mom's probably watching going, what are you doing? I think she tried. And then she'll come to my shop and she'll be like, she'll look at the mess that I make and she's like, I didn't teach you any of this. You are the messiest crafter I've ever seen. She's far better than I am. She is a good influence. I got the musician genes. It is absolutely amazing the fact that I can also craft. But my mother and my aunt had all of the sewing, Fabergé eggs, paper crafts. So I grew up in a very artsy household. My sister was very good with paper craft. All right, there we go. So if you noticed, the one thing that's really helpful too in all of this, especially while talking, because I'll forget, is that it has the needle positioning system. So it always ends in the down. You'll see down here I have the double pedal. This is for sewing. This is my needle positioning. So even if I'm talking and I'm sewing, I know that it's always going to end in the down position and I don't have to worry if I have to take a corner, which is great. All right, so we've got our first seam there. Not too bad for talking and eyeballing the whole thing. The next one's going to be the difficult one because we are adding the hanging pocket to the bag. So we did this yesterday. We talked about doing, you know, the hanging pocket, using leather as a bias tape because you don't have to worry about it on you know, fraying on the sides. Adds a really nice look. What we're going to do with that top that's left unfrayed is we're really just going to put it right up into the hem. And I am eyeballing center here once again. No one needs rulers. Exactly. It's homemade. Everyone expects a little, you know. That's why people love those gifts. They're like, "Oh yeah, you definitely made this." So we're gonna put that hanging pocket right up in that seam, and we're gonna do once again. We're gonna do our first stitch going down lower across the bottom. Just gonna fold that in so I don't make too much of a mess. I'm gonna use that guide. Bing, bang, boom. Oops. Ooh. There we go. Okay, here we go. So this, great question. So we're doing the 3 layers, and then we're about to hit another layer plus 2 layers of layers of leather. So we're about to hit this hump really quick, but we won't have any problems with this machine. We're gonna go right over. Here we go. And that's one. Now we've locked that hanging bag in, or hanging pocket in place. And we're just going to do the top seam. Now, some people ask, like, why a hanging pocket? You could do a built-in pocket on this, and it's actually very simple using a traditional like bag pocket making method where you could like put 2 together on like a pillowcase and unfold it and then put it in there. The problem is when you have a bag that only has 1 layer of fabric as the main body, is you're going to see that stitching on the back. Some people don't care. Some people don't mind it. In fact, you can add some rivets to the seam so it gives a little bit of character to the back of it. I like a clean looking bag. I don't want those extra, you know, threads hanging out the side. So I prefer hanging pockets, especially if I'm going to do a tote like this, which is kind of just like a market tote per se, where we're not aiming for anything super elegant. We want to make like a really nice looking bag, but something that we're definitely going to use and beat up. There we go. Oh no. Whoops. There we go. 2, 3, 2, 3. And we're good. Whew. I'm nervous. I brought my coffee and I was thinking I was going to get in trouble. All right, I slipped a little bit there, but that's okay. But now we have the inside of our bag, a pocket, and we are ready to close this sucker up. This would have been after we put the handles on it by now. Here is my secret to a super quick bag. Now, normally, I'm sure everyone here is very familiar with like a box corner bag. Is like a traditional style. Has anyone ever seen this kind of like envelope box corner? Where's my center here? So what we're going to do instead, we're insides out, is we're going to take our center and fold it in to the middle here, okay? Creates a little bit of an issue if you don't have a machine that can handle that much fabric. However, this is your quickest and most fun way to do a box corner that gives you this really cool kind of envelope triangle corner that folds flat very nicely compared to your traditional box corner that you're running through here at an angle. And that's really kind of the gist of the bag. We're going to go from top to bottom through all of these layers We talked about the possibility of also doing this. What I would do in the shop is take a layer of leather and I would wrap this first all the way down, and that would pretty much be my bias tape covering the seams. Unfortunately, I only have this much leather today, so we won't be doing that. But what I would do on a bag before I even did that, like the pocket was only 2 layers, 3 layers in some places. I could easily put the leather over that and sew with the double-sided tape sticking to it, no problem. With something with this many layers, and because of the bag construction, I would put a bias line as close to the edge as possible to actually close the bag first, and then go back over with this leather. So we're going to do that, close it, and then we'll flip the bag and we'll see the end product of what we made. And then we can go back later on, throw the leather bias tape over it, fold it in, and make it look really nice and give it like a real cool presentation. But let's throw this out. We don't need to be that close. Let's see. We're going to use the cheat again. Eyeballing it. That looks about right, right? Sure. Why not? So just to do a quick count, we folded this over. We have 2 layers in there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And then in the hem, we've got 2 more layers, or sorry, 7, 8, 9, 10 when we hit this hump of wax canvas, which is pretty wild. Don't screw up now. All right. Through that, no problem. So the keeps getting, oh, there we go. Oh, one side done. I am sweating up here. I'm like, please don't forget something now. All right. Any questions while I finish this up? Because who doesn't love to talk while sewing something this important? All right. Making messes. All right. Last one. Here we go. And again, I would normally do this as more of a bias as close to the edge as possible. But because we're not going to do the leather tape today, I'm just going to do it like I would normally do it with a leather tape. And then once we're done with this, I'll give you some tips and pointers. Whew, okay, I think we did it. Let's unfold this bad boy. So I should have mentioned this earlier. This fold in the middle can be any size you want it to be. I did 2.5 because that'll give me 2.5 in the box. You can do it shorter. You can make it completely flat, which would defeat the purpose of folding it in. You can make it a big, long, stout bag. Think like an IKEA bag. You can fold this in really well. The one thing that I would always try to do is, if possible, make sure that you have some sort of another piece of fabric there to give it a little bit of structure if that's what you're interested in and making it stand. If you're looking for a floppy bag, there's no reason to have any other piece on there with wax canvas. You can get a really nice heavy wax canvas, and that can be the whole bag. If you're just looking for something that's sustainable for groceries or something, I've made my kids' lunch boxes out of wax canvas. If you think like the paper bags, I've made like faux paper bags out of wax canvas that are completely reusable. They're kind of fun. So here's the fun part where I'll throw it on the internet and I'll wrestle a bag for a while as we flip it. Oh, yeah. It's a good workout. The other thing I would say, and I didn't do this because we are on a time limit, when you are sewing the sides up, the important things to note are where your seams are all lining up to make sure they all look congruent. We're pretty good on this one. Probably could have done a little bit of better job at the top, but the bottoms look great. Now here's where it comes with some of the heavier materials. You really got to wrestle that bad boy, but we are getting there. While I do this, if you do want to test out this machine, we're over in the Reliable booth, which is right back here. They have great irons. If you have not seen their irons or their ironing boards, these machines are a phenomenal machine to have if you're looking to get into bag making, especially at the price they're coming in at. The straight stitch machine during the show is only $1,499 for an industrial machine that has all these features. It's quite wild. We made a bag. As you can see here, that's what the fold did. Now, I would spend some more time working on these seams and all of that fun stuff, but we've given ourselves this cool envelope triangle on both sides. And what that does is when you fold it this way, you can fold it nice and flat, no extra seams. So we would slap some handles on this, give it a nice leather badge, maybe down here. And you have your bag. You're grocery stopping in absolute style. Now, like I said, we would go over these seams. I'd add a little leather touch to this, maybe even a rivet on this to make sure that it had a little bit more structure and security around here. And we're not worrying about the fraying. But that is the basics of making a beach bag. This is great for going shopping with. But it's so simple. It is 3 pieces of cut fabric. Just fold it in on itself multiple times. No cutting after that. It's just rectangles.
So now this part of the base where you doubled it. Okay?
Yep.
You originally had the 2 layers there. That stitching I'm seeing there is where that second layer is put on.
Correct. Yep. So, and you can feel it. Why don't you go ahead and take that? You can feel it. So that is a second layer. So we started that on the first day. I put basically right in the middle a shorter rectangle on top of the big long rectangle, and then just folded the ends up and hemmed it or stitch it right on. Yes. So you could do a different color if you wanted. You could do some real fun stuff with that. Yeah. And then if you don't like any of those lines, as I mentioned, you can see all the lines that I worked with on the bottom especially. You hit that with a hairdryer for a couple of minutes, all of those disappear. But the great thing about you can put on the outside, yeah. Yeah.
When you hit these,
We got a couple minutes.
this is.
What was that?
So you had your piece here.
Yep.
You have this one where it has been sewn together. And then you actually turned your tops to the other side of it.
Yeah. So what I did is I folded it a 1/2 inch. And because it's wax canvas, once you fold it and press it, like I usually go with a bone folder to really press it in, it's not unfolding, which is great. And then you just sew from there. You just clip it on the sides to make sure it always stays in the middle.
Okay.
And then you're good to go.
And then you've got your piece there with your ends like this, but your second layer is on the other side.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And then you're going to fold it in half.
Yep.
And then you fold it back out again.
Yep.
To get the creases. Was each of those 2.5 inches to either side of it?
It was a 2.5 inch, basically the middle. Yeah, so 2.5 inches on either side. Okay. Yes.
Out. And so then it's the inside of the bag is on the top as you're sewing your seams.
Yep, absolutely. Yeah, it was quite a neat trick when I learned that. I learned that about 8 or 9 months ago. Someone showed me that, and I was like, my God, that is genius. I don't have to cut any more fabric. This is great.
I love it. This is fantastic.
Yes. Well, thank you all for coming. Much appreciated. Feel free to keep working on that. My name's Ryan. If you want to come chat, you want to see more about this pattern that I made, I'm over here in the Reliable booth. I'm happy to talk you through it. If you want to try the machine, we're here for the rest of the show as well. But thank you very much. I'm glad you got to see the end of the bag. That's really cool. It's fun. It is. It's such a great, easy 1.5-hour piece. Once you have the pattern and you make your own pattern, however big you want the bag, it's such a great, simple project that with the right materials, elevate it to the next level. And you can probably sew better than I do because I'm taking a look at that by. Yeah, you could do that with a brown wax canvas on the bottom. You could do that with a very thin layer of leather on the bottom. Like Everything's possible on this one.
Love it.
Yeah,
Thank you.
absolutely. Thanks so much.
For you all this morning. Everybody finding fun things to play with, to check out. My name is Cindy, and today I am going to share with you some stuff about our new Celeste. We have two models of this. One is a sewing only, and the other is an embroidery only. They did not make a combo of this particular machine. They decided they would test the waters out to see how people liked them separate, and that's what they did, and that keeps the price point down on them. AllBrands does have a special. If you buy both of them together, you get a discounted price on it. Okay. Um, One of the things that's special about this machine is it has an intelligent stitch regulator on it. So those of you that heard last year when we released our Avenir, we released a stitch regulator on it. It's really quite cool, and that's what I've got on here. I'll take it off in a few minutes to share with you a little bit more about it. But some fun things that you can do with it. One of those would be thread painting. Now, this has been quite the blast this week. I started this Wednesday night, did I? Yeah. Wednesday night, we started thread painting. And you just pick out what you want to add in there and you add it in. So, like, he originally had black hair, so I added black. And I'm like, well, he needs a little gray in there because I think he's a little older than I don't think he would have naturally black hair at this point. So, I gave him a little gray. And that's simply by doing thread painting. What the stitch regulator lets me do is choose from one of three modes. I have intermittent, which stops when my hands stop. Continuous, that needle's going to continue to go until I press the stop button or if I take my foot off the gas pedal. Now, I tend not to use the gas pedal with free motion, and I'll tell you why. The only thing it does is start it and stop it. It does not make it go faster. Your hands are what's controlling it. It does not make it go slower. But I do have to keep my foot on the gas until I want to stop. So that's thinking about two things when it's easier just to think about one. So I tend to use my start stop button with free motion quilting. I'm going to touch mode 1, and I like a shorter stitch. The stitch length on it's 2.5. Well, I like about 1.8 because that gives me better curves. So what I've done is there are memory pockets. There's 3 memory pockets for this one. So I'm going to touch retrieve. That is the stitch length that I want. That's also got the height that I want my foot to be at. And I'm just going to tell it to retrieve that. Now you'll notice my stitch length is back down to 1.7. I may have had, if I just change my mind and want it to be 1.8, I can do that. And then all I decide is, all right, where do I want to add some stitching? Let's see here. Let's add a little bit over here. And I'm going to I've got auto start on. That's a setting you can do. So when I put my foot down, I'm ready to go off to the races. And so now I'm just basically painting on where I want to go. Scooch a little bit to the, hello. Scooch a little bit to the right. There we go. And you just go in there and paint where you want to go. Now I have all kinds of plans for this little guy. He's, No, it's a sewing. It's a I'm going to get more things on it here in a minute. I'm just starting with what I had on here, so I don't have to. So I didn't have to take this foot off, put another foot on. We're going in reverse order this morning. If I want to, this is Jerry will teach you the precision mode. I mean, he's been doing free motion quilting. I think he was born that way. He's the princess of it. I'm not. Okay, so I like to teach you all the cheater's way of doing things. So to learn how to free motion, if you want to learn how to stipple, draw you some on it, okay? And then come down here and try playing. And if you want to test this out, you're more than welcome to check this. Come over there with Tammy and and we will allow you to play with this all you want. And I mean, the stitch regulator regulates your stitch. Your hands are the speed. So if you're going slow, it's going slow. If you're going fast, it's going fast. If it beeps at you, you have outrun the stitch regulator. It has a sensor on the bottom of it. So now I'm ready to take it off. It has a sensor on the bottom of it. And that tells it where your fabric is. It tells you your speed. You know, it knows the speed. So if your fabric is not under the sensor, the machine will stop sewing. So whenever you're doing stitch regulation, make sure you put at least an inch around of extra fabric or something underneath it, because when it senses the machine bed, it stops stitching and you're like, what did I do wrong? And you didn't do anything wrong. You're just off fabric and it knows that, so it's no longer going to stitch. There are 3 feet that come with it. The open toe foot. They're all in my pocket here. The closed toe foot, and they just simply slide off. Does this help if I go this way? And the Echo quilting foot, and that little lever just pushes them on and off. Okay, so that's stitch regulation. Now I highly suggest this if you are really going to get into free motion, to put a glider on the machine. It moves easier. You don't have to work at it as hard. You're not fighting it. They have these over in the Sew Steady booth. I made it like 2 minutes before I asked for a glider because I'm like, it's too stiff for me. It works my shoulder too much. All right, so let's talk regular sewing. I'm gonna put my regular sewing ankle on. Foot holder, I guess. I can quilt without using the stitch regulator. It's a regular sewing machine. I mean, a regular sewing and quilting machine. It just has that as an added benefit. Okay. So let's talk some sewing features. So now it's telling me that my stitch regulation has been unplugged. I'm going to go ahead and say okay to get out of that. And we're going to talk about piecing. Okay. So one of the things that this machine has on it is a laser guideline. You want to grab my screen. So if I touch this little guy right here, my laser guideline turns on. Now, show them down here for me. Do you see that little red line? All right. So if I'm making half square triangles and I want to do it fast, I will do this either in 2s. I can do it in 8s, depending on what I'm going to do, how many of them I need. I will cut the size fabric that I need, and I will mark the center lines that I need to. Okay. So to stitch 1/4 of an inch on either side of that line without having to mark anything besides one line, I can turn my laser guideline, which you show them over here. I'm going to change my laser guideline to 12.5 millimeters. Okay. And then I line the guideline up. I'm going to go to my piecing stitches, which are, I'm lining the guideline up here. My stitch is going to be over here. And I'm going to come to my Q stitches. And I'm going to, Q stitches are right here. And I'm going to choose my piecing stitch center. Okay. Why did I choose piecing stitch center instead of a straight stitch center? Because it already has adjusted my stitch length to 2.0 millimeters for me, which is good for piecing. Okay. If you want a longer stitch, you can still adjust that, but that's what all I need to do right there. So now I'm going to line my guideline up on my red line on my fabric. Oops, I hit the wrong button there. That's okay. There we go. And we're going to take off and go to the races. My guideline is following my red line down the center. And then I am going to flip it, leaving my guide. Well, I didn't stitch a thing there. Got to pick up the bobbin thread. Evidently, I didn't stitch a darn thing there. That's pretty funny. I was ready to turn it, ready to flip it. Nobody's ever done that, have they? We've never had that issue of not having our bobbin pulled to the top. And it stresses us all out. Nothing is not, you can always recover from something. Yesterday I was sewing faster. Today I decided to slow it down to make it a little bit more accurate. Yesterday I wasn't quite so accurate. All right, so now I've stitched on this side of my line, and I'm going to put my line right here again on the opposite side, and we'll take my row across there. And then I'll have a 1/2 inch seam between these two. And when you're done, you simply cut down the center and you will have a 1/2 square triangle on either side that you trim up. Okay, so here's one that is trimmed up. Okay. Now, how else do I use that? If you've already cut your triangle, so when I was preparing for this dummy here, was like, oh, I'll just cut 1/2 square triangles. And I'm like, oops, forgot what we were demoing. Sometimes we have to think. I meant to actually put a different foot on for that last thing, but that's okay. You can change this to piecing stitch to the right. Okay. You can put a 1/4 inch foot on if you would like to. If you're going to do that, you're going to do piecing down the center. If you then put your edge of your fabric, basically the edge of the foot and the edge of the fabric is a 1/4 inch. Okay. I hit the wrong button again. Let's just put the foot down. I'm going to lift a little bit to slide it over. And I should have basically a 1/4 inch. If I have my J foot on and it's at the edge of the fabric and I have my piecing stitch right selected, I'm at a 1/4 inch. 5.5 is your 1/4 inch. And you can simply follow along that guideline instead of looking at your needle. And if you need to, adjust your fabric. And then I'm not staring at my needle. All right. And we'll just hit our scissors. Normally I would do a back stitch, but I didn't do that because we're on camera. There you go. All right, now how else do I use that little laser guideline? Well, I cannot tell you the last time that I have actually marked or pinned a piece of binding fabric. So I do cut mine 2 1/4. I think that's easier to work with. You don't get so much going to the back, and so your front look matches your back very well. So I am going to choose the center stitch, piecing center stitch, and I'm going to put my guideline from corner to corner. Okay. Which means I need to put my guideline at 3.5. Otherwise, it's not in the correct position. 3.5 is center needle position. So now I've got corner to corner. I'm going to put my needle right there. And we're going to take off and go, oops, keep going. Straight across. Trim at the end. Lift your foot. And you have binding. Okay, so that is 3.5 is center needle position, 3.5 millimeters. So I changed my guideline to where it was at 3.5, and you'll know it's lined up because instead, look here, see how my guideline goes away from my stitch. So depending on how far away from the stitch you want it to be, if I want it to be lined up with my stitch, that's center needle position, which is 3.5 millimeters. Now, let's take that binding and let's attach it. So I'm going to change to my move it foot. The move it foot is the walking foot that comes with this machine. It is a belt driven walking foot. It plugs in just like the stitch regulator did. The plug in gives it little extra things that it can do. Now I had Mr. Joe fold my binding and press it for me yesterday because that would be the way you normally do this, right? Yesterday I was doing it in the air and finger pressing. That's not much fun. So here we go. All right, I'm going to get the edges of my fabric here together. And we're going to slap a piece of binding on here, and I am going to put my 1/4-inch move it foot on. Okay, this machine comes with all 5 of the move it foot, the 1/4-inch, the open toe, the regular toe. Here, I'll slap them down here so everybody can see. 1/4-inch regular foot, the stitch in the ditch foot, the open toe foot, and the couching foot. So it comes with all the attachments. All right. It's the only machine that comes with all the attachments. The Avenir, I believe, comes with the couching one and the regular foot. So it is nice that we get all of them on this guy. Hello, sweet. Somebody got a baby. All right. So it just snaps on. And I'm going to put this right here like this. Normally, I would give extra because I would be going around, and I never start right at the corner of anything. But in order to y'all to see enough stuff, we're going to go that route. I'm going to go ahead and put my foot down, and we will take off to the races here. Do what? I'm running my guide of my 1/4-inch foot right along the edge of the fabric. And we're going to trim down here, and then we're going to flip and pull it to the front. Now, I would also take it and press it and clip it, okay? Just so we're clear on that. And then I'm going to change feet. I'm going to go to my stitch in the ditch foot. And we're going to fold this to the front. And I'm going to take this right here. Let's lift that foot up a little higher. There we go. Tuck it in and put the foot down. Now, the key to doing it this way is making sure that your needle is going to penetrate your fabric. To make that happen, I'm going to change to a piecing stitch right, and I'm going to move my left-right shift over. I want it just inside the fabric. And let's see here, if I drop my needle, that's just inside the fabric. So I am in a good position to do this. And we'll go ahead and take that and stitch, keeping the guide along the fabric. Normally you have clips or pins, right? When you're at a show, you generally don't have those little toys with you. If you want a longer stitch length, you can obviously change back to a regular straight stitch. And I will pass you back my little piece there, and you all can pass that around. All right, where are we on time? I'm doing good today. How did I do this so well? All right, I did not bring my attachment here for couching, but that's okay. Don't stress it, John. There is an attachment that comes with that attaches right here for your couching yarn to go in, okay? If I put my couching yarn in front of here, we should be fine. Oh, he got it for me. There we go. It just snaps right into place there. You put your yarn through here and your yarn through here, and you puddle your yarn up top, okay? Now, you normally have either an invisible thread or a contrasting thread that an invisible thread or the same color thread family when you're doing this. I'm doing something loud and proud because that's what I've got on my machine right now. And we're going to attach some yarn. So if I want to line it up with my previous row of couching, I can do that. If I would rather go to this opposite side, I can do that. I'm going to use my laser guideline this time to line it up with the edge of my previous couching, okay? So I'm going to put it down. I'm going to pick my stitch. If I'm couching, usually I will pick a stitch like the wave stitch is a good stitch to pick. You can pick a zigzag stitch. You can pick anything that's going to cover the stitch, okay? When you have your move it foot on, there's only certain stitches that can be selected though, and you'll notice anything that can't be selected will be grayed out. Now, looks like my first category is fine. I do have my Move It Put plugged in. If I tap on this category, you'll notice that some of those are grayed out. That means it can't make those stitches. If it can make them, they'll be available to me. I'm going to go back to my quilting one and I'm going to choose my little wave stitch, and I am going to move my guideline to where I want it. So I want my wave just a little bit away from my original couching stitch. Okay. Now I'm going to put my foot down and we are just going to take off and go to the races. My guideline is going to follow the previous couching. Okay. Oh, no wonder it was having a little hard time. I've trimmed it and now my couching is done. Scissors. I did not bring those up here. That's okay. We'll just take the foot off like we've been doing and we'll worry about the scissors later. But there's my couching. Okay. What else do we have on here? Stitch tapering. Let's flip back to, actually, yeah, I can do stitch tapering. So this machine also has tapering stitches on it. I'm going to use the open toe Move It foot this time. You can use your regular foot. You can use your in foot. Any of those feet will work for this technique. Tapering stitches look like this. They taper at the edges. Okay, so these are my stitch tapering. It is usually best to do these with some stabilizer underneath my little piece. I did not realize I was on this early this morning. I'm going to tell you that that was not on my brain this morning. We're going to take our guideline and move it back to center needle position, which is 3.5. Okay, so I know where I'm going. And I'm going to pick a stitch. Anything that is grayed out cannot be used with my Move It foot. That would be when I would pick up my regular ankle and put I would put whatever foot it tells me to do. A brother machine is it tells you what foot you should use for that stitch. And I love that about it. It makes me look like a genius because sometimes I don't know. The input for most decorative stitches is going to be, you're going to be told to use that, but it will tell you. The other thing about our machines is if I come in with a stitch selected and I go into the question, it will tell me pattern explanation. It will tell me what that stitch should be used for. That is something that's really handy. Sometimes we don't know why we would use that stitch. If you select it, it will tell you what foot you should use and what that stitch actually is used for. So it gives you information. Now, that doesn't look like it's tapering anything, and currently it's not. It's just going to do a regular zigzag until I go into my tapering settings. All right. Tapering settings, I can choose what kind of tapered edge I want it to start with and what kind I want it to finish with. So if I want it to be a different angle than 60 degrees, I can come in here and say, all right, I want my start angle to be 45. So my start is 45 and my end right now is still 60 degrees. If I want them both at 45, I can have them both be 45. If I do that one, that will allow me to turn a corner and make a frame if I want to. If I say okay, now I can choose to stop my tapering when I hit my reinforcements key, or I can stop my tapering by how many repeats I want it to do. So if you know how many repeats you want it to do, then it's going to tell you approximately how long things are here. You can tell it how many repeats you want it to go. As you go up, if I go to 50 millimeters or around 50 millimeters, that will be about 2 inches. So let's say we try to make us a 2-inch tapering stitch. I'm going to go ahead and press go. And you're going to see why we needed to have stabilizer, because it is puckering like crazy. Okay. So now If I put on pivot, I didn't show you this little trick. If I put on pivot here, let me close that screen. When I stop, my foot will race. Yeah, that's just lovely. We needed a little stabilizer going on underneath here. You'll get the concept though. That's what we want. When I stop on my corners with pivot on, it will stop with my foot up and my needle down. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and stop this activity because it's not going to be lovely. But that's what your stitch tapering does. It tapers at each corner. Oh, let's do it with this. Let's do it with this piece of fabric and this one underneath it. This is heavier. So we'll just do a tapering stitch. And you can make it more dense, less dense if you want to. And there you go. That's what stitch tapering looks like. All right, guys, I think I have covered what I wanted to cover today. Do y'all have any questions? Yes, ma'am. All right, if you have questions or if you want to try it, you want to get a taste of it, Tammy and I are over there. We're doing a drawing at the end of every day. If you've come and you've tried out our stitch regulation, you can come over there and put your name in for a $50 gift card. We're drawing it at the end of every day. Thanks, guys.
All right. So this morning we are going to talk about cutting fabric with the Scan and Cut and some tips that I use to hopefully get great cuts every time using a variety of methods. So depending on what blades you have, what mats you have, hopefully I can give you a little takeaway so that you will be able to successfully cut. I'm talking today specifically about quilting cotton, cutting that with your fabric. If you're trying to cut something different than quilting cotton and you have specific questions about that, you're welcome to stop by in the booth anytime and I can try and help you with the specific fabric that you want to cut. I have experimented with all the fabric I could find in my house trying to figure out if I could cut it and how to cut it well. So I've tried to do that. All right, so supplies that we're using today, the thin cut fabric blade, which is great for cutting quilting cotton and thin fabric. We're going to use that. I'm also going to show you how the rotary blade cuts, if you have one of those. I would personally use this for thicker fabrics rather than just quilting cotton, flannel, felt. I do a lot of felt crafting. Leather, I'll use this rotary blade because it cuts like a rotary blade and is better than the thin cut fabric blade for anything thicker than thin fabric. But you can also cut your quilting cotton with this as well. So I'll demonstrate that. I'm going to use two different mats. I have just the standard tack mat, which is the purple one. And I use that when the fabric that I'm using is backed with an iron-on backing. And I'll pass this around after I make a cut to show you. But this is the Brother iron-on applique backing. It's double-sided fusible. So now that I fuse it to this, once I cut my design, I can just take it and fuse it to the next side of the project that I'm making, but it's not sticky and it's rubbery. So once I get some little things cut out, you can feel that. I like it because it sticks really well to the mat and it comes back up off the mat without being ripped apart. All right. So if you have a applique backing that is more fibrous or like a woven, then I would actually cut that on the fabric mat with the fabric side down or leave the paper on, right? Because this had a paper backing. But this sticks really, really well to the standard mat, and I don't have any trouble with my material slipping or sliding using this combination. So if you don't have a fabric mat, this is what I would recommend to cut your fabric, is to pre-back it. If you do have a fabric mat or you don't want to back your fabric for whatever reason because you don't want to applique it, you can cut regular fabric. Oh, look at it, matches. It's a scrap. I just realized that. This is slightly starched fabric. And again, I'll pass this around after I've cut it out so you can feel it. But that just allows the fibers to cut more like a paper because they've been bonded together. And then if you want to rinse out the starch later, you can go ahead and do that, or you can use it in its starched form for whatever you're using the fabric for next. And that just, yeah, don't get stretched, you don't get the slide. And then I'm using that straight. Both of these are starched fabrics straight onto the fabric mat. All right, so for each one, I'm going to show you how the rotary blade cuts and how the fabric blade cuts the same file. So you can cut multiple pieces of fabric on your mat. We'll demonstrate that first. I would not cut multiple pieces of fabric if they are really varied in their thickness or their kind of fabric. But if you're cutting two of the same kind, you can definitely go ahead and place as many pieces of fabric as you want, depending on how small they are. I've done like 12 pieces if they're just like 3x3 circles or 4x4 circles to do that. So I'm going to go ahead and grab a basic shape. And the first one we're going to cut is with the thin cut fabric blade. We'll cut this little clover here. So this is your height and width. You can lock that in so they proportionally change, or you can unlock it if you want to make a shape that is not proportional. So that's up to you. And then if you want to tile this on your mat, like I want to cut 50 really, really small little clovers, I could add that, and it will tell you if there's too many for your mat. So if you try to cut 50, it's going to tell you actually you can only of that size cut 20, and you can set that. So I'm just going to cut one because I'm going to do one with this blade and one with the other blade. Now, when you're fussy cutting fabric, it is really, really helpful to use the scan feature that's built into this design or to this machine, because it's going to allow you to see exactly where your fabric is and where the placement is of whatever you're cutting. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and scan the mat, and it's going to show as the background, and then that little clover that I just chose is going to be over the background. If you are scanning to fussy cut the fabric, like to cut out a basketball, then you're going to cut to actually cut it, not cut to show the background. So right now I'm just scanning to show it as a background. All right, so you can see here that it's very light and it's just showing me for placement. So I have the one clover here. If I had a second one, I could easily just drag it right over there. It's a touch screen, as well as if to get a little more detailed, you can use the stylus. All right, so we're going to cut this with the fabric blade, then we'll cut the second one with the rotary blade, and you can see the difference. Now the rotary blade, like I said, it's great for cutting thicker fabrics. It slices through very well, but if you're cutting something very intricate and detailed with lots of lines and sharp corners, the fabric blade, just like your rotary blade on your mat, is not going to be able to cut those intricate designs. It's definitely made for bigger, wider circles and angles that it can get into. If you're cutting out, I don't know, I cut out clothes, and I know a lot of times my rotor blade, I can't get in the very corner because it's lifting up and down with that blade. All right, so here we just cut the clover. We're going to go ahead and lift it off, and you can see it just comes right off my fabric or right off the mat. And then with that starch, you're not going to see little frayed pieces of that fabric coming off, and it's just going to retain its shape. Now, I will say this one is a little too heavily starched, so you can feel that. I got a little aggressive with my starch, but it cuts really well. All right, so let's switch out to the rotary fabric blade, and we're going to cut the same design using the rotary blade. All right, so we're going to go back. I'm going to rescan so that I can adjust my placement of that design. The scanner also has 2 levels. So if it tells you raise the scanner to level 2, that's because whatever you're trying to scan is too thick for level 1. So it's just a little lever here. I don't ever adjust it unless my screen tells me to. I just do what it says. But if that's, you don't have to worry about that. It's not really messing anything up. It's just telling you it needs to be a little higher. Okay, so we're going to drag the design over on top of this piece of fabric. We're going to hit OK. We're going to select cut. I didn't mention before, but everything is auto set. You do not have to adjust the pressure or the speed. The only reason I would do that is, again, if I was cutting something really difficult or different and I had tried it and it didn't auto cut. But 99.9% of the time, I never mess with any of the settings, and it does a great job with that. All right. You can do a test cut. If you hit test, it's going to make this little tiny triangle, okay, which I'm actually not going to cut with the rotary cutter, or maybe I should try, but that's, you can drag it. Can I drag it? I need to move it to over to my fabric. But if you're not sure how it's going to cut, or you're cutting something for the first time, this is a great way to do a little trial. So we'll show that. All right, so it's first just going to cut that little bitty triangle. Then you can check, okay, did it cut well? Yes, then go ahead and cut your design, especially if you're using fabric that you don't want to ruin. A test is never a bad idea. So I don't know if you can see, but the difference between the fabric blade, it goes down, it drags along, and it cuts the whole design in one go. It doesn't lift, it doesn't go up and down. Whereas the rotary, every time it's switching directions, it lifts and turns and lifts and turns. So there's a lot more movement on that design. All right, so can you see the little triangle there? So it cut it just fine. Then I can check, all right, everything is cutting well. So then you can either test again or you can start. The minimum time it will tell you is 1 minute, even if it's 10 seconds. So you're like, wow, why would that take a minute to cut something so small or so simple? And then it does often tell me more time, especially if I have a whole mat full of things. And if it needs to readjust, it'll say recalculating time, and then it might put a longer time depending on the difficulty of your cut. If you're cutting applique designs, you can be transferring those from a embroidery machine, from a USB stick, or wirelessly. It has Wi-Fi capabilities. Or you can scan in a printed design, just like I'm scanning for placement. You can also scan in that printed file. Okay, so another beautiful cut, and I'll let you take a look at this fabric. It's not quite as crusty as the other one was. All right, so now we'll do the same thing with our backed fabric. We're going to cut 2 times. I'm going to go back to the home screen and cut something different for a little variety. All right, and just for the sake of doing it the same, we'll cut the thin fabric blade first. Let's grab a pattern. And how about we cut a letter? How about a lowercase, maybe P, just so you can see how it cuts the inside and the outside. All right, so for your lettering, you have the letter font size. You also down here have the exact measurement of that piece that you're cutting. So we're going to make this quite a bit bigger. We're going to set it. Again, I'm going to scan the mat just because my fabric isn't covering the whole mat. Thanks. All right, so we have our background. We have the shape we want to cut. We will move that over onto the fabric. And then we're going to select for cut and start. So this is cutting with the thin fabric blade. If you want to watch in comparison to how the rotary blade cuts, this one measures the side, then it measures the fabric, which is what it's doing now. Then it goes down, and in a single sort of line, except for the inside and the outside, it's going to cut that design. If it sensed that it needed to go over it again, it would run over the line again. And I'm using this tool with the pick on it just to make sure I get both layers, because I do have that applique backing on. All right, so this you can feel what that backing feels like. It's rubbery and not sticky. If you have an applique backing that's really sticky, it's probably going to stick to your mat and not come off like this one is. Okay, we're going to go back and do the same thing again. I'm just going to move this over. We'll cut on the other side of this design. I didn't take anything off my mat. And then I'm going to go ahead and trade out for the rotary blade. You just slide it into the holder and then lock it into place. We're going to select the cut. Every time you change the blade, it's asking me, what do you want to do with that? So then I have to reselect the cut, and then we'll start. You can see it's measuring on the mat, and then it measures on the fabric. If you are having a lot of trouble cutting, or it's leaving a lot of bits of fabric uncut, I would definitely try changing your blade, especially on the thin fabric blade. That's probably an indication that it is dull or worn out if it's not sensing correctly and it's not cutting correctly. They do last a long time, but eventually they are they are not able to cut anymore, just like scissors or anything else that we use that's sharp. All right, so then we have the second one, cut with the rotary cutter and the backing on there. All right, are there any questions specific to that or anything else with fabric cutting? Yeah, sure. The shape and the angle, and then yeah, just for fineness, just like fabric scissors, paper scissors, they're just a little bit different. Also, is a way to distinguish that you don't use your paper blade with your fabric blade, just like scissors. Any other questions? I mean, you can, but it will dull quicker when you're going back and forth between the materials. If it's working, I mean, before they came out with a thin fabric blade, I did use a standard blade to cut some fabric, but I do find that the fabric blade does work better. Yeah, it's the more guarantee that I'm not going to have little fibers that don't get cut on those corners. It cuts all the way through. And then just one note on your fabric mat, when you're sticking the fabric directly to it, you're going to get your fabric fibers sticking into the mat. So for longevity, I would clean my mat after every time I'm using it. So I'm like starting with a new mat every time rather than just leaving these in here. The longer I leave it, the less clean that I can get it. So clean it with the totally awesome yellow spray from the Dollar Tree. Comes right off. It's called Totally Awesome from the dollar store. Yes, also that. All right, if you guys have any other questions, come on back and we can talk more.
So my cousin that does all this is on Facebook. So SCWMIL.
That's right. Avenir, three machine, luminaire. Oh, I got all my brother girls here. I'm sorry, the three machine, I did not do a master class for. I didn't start the master class until we went to the luminaire and the stellaire and the avenir and the air flow surgery. I love doing those. Are you in the master class?
Good, good. I have to ask people because some people don't realize all you gotta do is register your machine and you get a free year. All right, well then I want to show you one thing you can do on your machines, but then I'm going to show you something that where you can take a picture and drop it in here. Did I show you girls that yesterday? Just say no. No. Perfect. All right, you ready? Are we on? Oh, sorry. Hey, Wolfpack at home. You're missing a fabulous show. It's very busy and there's a lot of stuff here. Fabric, machines, everything you need for sewing. So come on in if you guys want to grab a seat. So first of all, this is the Avenir. This is the newest of the Brother line. And I want to show a couple features. We've got 3 live shows today. So this one's going to be a couple things about picture play. You can take any picture from your phone. Where is my phone? Oh, did I tell you I left my phone in the driver from the airport to the hotel? It was not good. I got it back, thankfully. But anyways, You can take a picture from a USB or your phone, drop it in here. You can remove the background, you can add filters, and hit a couple buttons and you're embroidering. It does take a while to embroider, but all you need is a cup of coffee and change the thread a few times. So I want to show you that. And I also want to show you the biggest hoop. It's huge. Am I in your way? Oh, thank you. Biggest hoop. So if you look at the dresses over there, I'm able to embroider an entire sleeve in one, almost a whole leg. Well, Jenny, how tall are you? 5? You could probably do your whole leg then. I know her, so I can say that. But it's a huge hoop. And then also, yes, the whole leg of jeans. So I just started the machine. So let me get the hoop to reset. And for those of you here, sorry, not at home, but I'll do a giveaway for this thread at the end. All right, so first of all, the projector. Some of you have the Luminaire, the Dream Machine. The Dream Machine, oh, you have the Luminaire too? Oh, you're sitting next to a Luminaire friend. I love your hat. So what you can do though, the projector with the Luminaire was 3x5. This projector is 5x8. So if you're nervous about embroidering and you say, I don't know where that's going to go on the hoop or where it's going to go on my garment. My little nephew had a hoodie with a zipper and a spot about that big that he wanted the skating board guy that's in the machine. So I could put that in here and with the projector know exactly where I'm embroidering. I missed the zippers, I missed the pocket, I missed all of that. So I'll go into here under embroidery. And this is the new button, picture play. And in picture play, I have a USB on the side. I took Jerry's because he had good pictures. So it brings up here. Now this is any picture, a JPEG picture. That's what the format is. And there's a tiger. He's got a few others in here too. I'll do the tiger. Click OK. This part blows me away. So if you want to do a lot of things to your picture, then maybe use a software. But it's like a mini software program for your pictures. So I can make it larger or smaller. And this is just the picture. Down here, I can remove the background by clicking one button. Click OK. There we go. I guess I should put my glasses on. We did this last week. Anybody that saw on live a couple of days ago saw that it said your needle's in the up down position, but I didn't have my glasses on. I'm like, Jerry, something's wrong with the machine. He's like, yeah, touch that button. All right, look at how it removed the background on the tiger. That's really cool. Okay, I'm going to put it back to normal. Down here, you can also change you can crop it. You can change the shape, any of those things. Let's just put a circle. Click OK. And then when you go to next, this is where you can change and add filters. So all of these filters, as you scroll underneath, it'll tell you what it'll do. But I'm going to leave it just regular. And if you click this button here, you can actually adjust the color and all of that with your picture, just to give you a little preview. And then click next. This is how easy it is to take a picture, turn it into embroidery. Now, a lot of people prior to this, you had to use software. But now someone said, what software program do I need with this? It's in the machine. You don't have to. I know all of you use different brands of thread. So you can change the brand of thread right here to the ones that are built into the machine. You can also, right now it's set to 15 colors. If you only want to use, say, 8 colors or 10 colors, just knock this down where it says 10. Let's see, I'm going to use the pace setter because the box below, that's the 50 colors that I chose, which I don't think any of those are in the tiger, but that's okay. It would be a very bright tiger. And then just click preview. It will readjust it to the type of thread you're using and how many colors. And you'll see the face of the lion completely change. There he is. And click set. And I'm going to put my hoop in here because I want to show you the projector on this. There is my lion here. And you can still do other things here. You have other options. If you see something grayed out, you can't use it. So here I could still change the size, but right now it's actually an embroidery design. So there's a limit to what you can do there. You can mirror image it. You can turn it into applique. You can add an outline to it. Let's do that. And I'm showing you this outline feature because it's a little different than an applique. Save it to your machine. Now remember that shape. When I'm finished here, we're going to go to my design center and add things around it. So if you were doing little quilt blocks, if you're doing a jacket or something, so there's my lion, click embroidery, and it is all ready to embroider. Up here on the side, you can see it's 70,000 stitches, about 71,000 stitches. Welcome. Welcome, you guys. Feel free to grab a seat if you'd like. I always say if you need at 4 o'clock, everyone grabs a seat because their feet hurt. All right, there it tells me the first color. These are all the color changes. And it will stitch the first color. When it's finished, it will tell me to change my thread and I will move on. But before we go there, let's hit the projector button because this is the big part. The projector now is huge. Can you see it right here? I already embroidered right there. So I'm going to move it a little bit. And if I move him down to this bottom corner, it moved on my projector, but you're thinking, well, if the projector's right there in the middle of the hoop, how are you going to see it, right? Well, the little magic wand here, I'll go down here, and now you can actually move your projector just by hovering over with this little light, this area here. And look at, there's the eyes of my tiger. I could move him around on the screen over here, or I could move it from here, but I'm just focusing on the projector right now. So in this area that's 5 by 8, I can see exactly what's going to embroider where. So, you know, embroidery placement's everything. So that eyeball, I would probably, if it was going on a shirt, I might want to be careful where the 2 eyeballs go. I would know exactly where they are, right? She caught that. You missed my flower shirt from last week. It was pretty bad. We've all done that, right? So there, I can see the face. So that projector right here, also from here, if I want to change, if I want to move the design, you saw me touching the screen, I can also do it from right here. And you can just barely see him moving over. So if you are trying to get perfect placement, you can see right here. And then always at the very end, I might put my needle down if I was trying to connect something just to make sure. I can also rotate from this area. Actually, let me go back here. It's this area. You just have to remember where the buttons are. And you really can't screw it up. So here's the rotate. And let's rotate him 10 degrees. So you can see as I'm doing that, he's rotating right here. Now he turned upside down. So, I mean, that's how simple it is. Now, so for those of you at the Luminaire, you can do very similar things, but you're doing it on the screen. And the difference is the Luminaire, when you start to adjust something once the projector's on, the projector turns off, and then you have to adjust it, and then it turns back on. So for the Avenir, it stays on. That's a great feature. It saves time. All right, so remember that outline that we did of the animal? Let's go in here. Have any, now since many of you have brother machines, almost all, what do you sew on? Oh, you do? Are you in my master class? All you have to do is register your machine, you get the master class for free. And all my embroidery designs. Okay, come see me, I'll make sure you get it. So, by the way, for those watching live, if you have the Avenir, all you have to do is register your machine on Brother's site. I have a masterclass with over 100 videos. You can watch them from beginning to end, watch them over for free, and 2 entire embroidery big collections. So you don't want to miss that. All right, so in here, my design center, which you all have on your machines, even you Dream Machine girls, there's a group that sews together in Florida, and they call themselves the Dream Machine Girls, and they get together once a week. I think I'd have to keep my Dream Machine forever. Although some of them have upgraded, but they still call themselves the Dream Girls. If you're watching, hi, I didn't forget about you. Okay, in here, here's my design center. And in my design center, you can do a lot of things. Now, I just recalled the last thing I was working on. So this is kind of boring, but I brought in a couple shapes, added a couple fills. In here, you can scan. You can do an image scan. You can do, let me go back here. I had Jenny sign her name. You can do an image scan, you can do a line design, you can do an illustration design, all of these things. So I can scan in my hoop. So right now I have this embroidery on here. Let's go ahead and scan that in. And I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to start over here because I don't want this background. So I'm going to delete and it's gone. Let's scan in an image. Oops, wrong button. Here you go, scan. And it will scan my entire hoop in. Why on earth would you want that, right? If I get my hand out of the way, you might have a hand in there. You can scan in your fabric and design right on your fabric. So in the Avenir Masterclass and in the Luminaire Masterclass and in the Stellaire Masterclass, I showed where you can scan in your fabric and start adding decorative stitches around your fabric. Maybe your fabric has little triangles. I found this one before Joann's closed that had little triangles. It was so cute. And I thought that would be perfect to add little fills to. So I drew around each one and added fills to each corner. Someone said, "How did you get that in there?" Because I scanned in my fabric, and this will show me exactly what's on my fabric, and then you can design and hit and embroider. So once this scans, I'll show you that, and then I'll show you how to find the outline for our lion or tiger or whatever it was. All right. So if you look real close there, I'll make it darker. You see my embroidery right there? That is what you see right here. So if you had decorative fabric, it would have shown up. Oh, sorry, guys at home. There you go. I can't forget about all my friends sitting on the couch drinking a mimosa this morning while we're working. It is Saturday, right? Okay. Okay, so here is the outline. I can see this, so I can decorate around this now. So I could take, I know that I don't want to embroider over that. So why don't we take a shape? How about this hexagon? That looks good. Bring that in. There it is. You can just barely see it. If I make this lighter, I can see. So I have that right around my design. Welcome. And here, I'm going to add a fill. You'll see this much better. So when I go under fills, and I'm showing this especially because some of you have the Dream Machine and the Stellaire and the Luminaire. You can do this on your machine as well. So you have satin stitches, you have stippling stitches that you can add, and you also have all of these. A lot of people forget about this third icon here. And when you click on select, look at all the built-in fills. These are all built in. Now, the Avenir has a lot more than the other machines, but you still have the fills. So, for example, this little guy here, can I throw this to you? And you can pass it around. Oh, you dropped your glasses. So that is something that I did with fills, and those are fish. I made that for my husband for Valentine's and put chocolates in it, and then I told him to hurry up and eat the chocolates because I needed the sample back. But guess what? Next year I'll probably give him the same thing with more chocolates. All right, so you pick a fill. I'm going to make it pink. Can you hear the bell? See what you're missing sitting at home? And then I just touch the screen and look at that. There's my embroidered design. There's my outline. So I didn't embroider on my first embroidery, and I added that entire fill. So that's a very simple example of this, but how easy it is to scan in your fabric and create new designs. And then maybe in that area there, I want to add some more. So here's a paintbrush. And here, let's make this purple so you can see the difference. There's purple. And why don't we just draw around here? And if I get rid of the background a little bit so you can see, now I have purple, I have this. So you could add letters, you could add all these things, all in my design center, and it does so much more. What about that lion? They're the tiger, sorry. Lions, tigers, and bears. So here we have, go into my design center again. I could have just deleted, I'm just starting over. In here, I have two shapes. Wait, let me go back. In here, under shapes, I was in the wrong spot. And it looks like the same flower that you had on the embroidery side. And look at these outlines. You can see we've been playing. Do you see that one that has a tiger on it? That's the one I know that I just made an outline to. And I've already spent 3 hours embroidering my lion, but I want to add something around it. So now I can bring this here. There's the outline for my lion. And now I can go in here and add a fill. Let's do stippling this time. And I'll do red because pink, you can see that pretty good. And then touch outside of it. Oh, not the paintbrush, the paint bucket. And there, it added that fill, that easy. So you can imagine if you have fabric, you can scan it in, add all of these fills, add different decorations, add lettering, whatever you want to, all using embroidery and my design center once you learn how to bring those back and forth. One more I have for you is Jenny just signed her name. There was this family walked around. They're adorable. I don't know if they're here, but they had two little kids with them, and their little boy was drawing on paper, and he was using a light colored pen. And I go, give him a black Sharpie. And they're like, no. I go, yes, give him a black Sharpie because bring his sketch over here to me and I'll scan it in and turn it into embroidery. So this is on your Dream Machine as well and your Luminaire. And I know we're talking about the Avenir, but I got a whole group of ladies that are brother ladies. So I'm trying to show them stuff they got too. So these are magnets. Put this on here. I can hear my ladies at home right now, the Dream Machine ladies saying, thank you. So there's Jenny. Okay. Hi. Oh, you got that cool jacket on. Oh, and look at those pants. Everyone at home's going to be like, show me. Those are fun. Okay, so I'm going to slide my scanning mat in. We're going to go to my design center, and in here we're going to scan, and Jenny's name is there. We're going to do a line design this time. And did you notice I'm not using any software? I'm using this is all built into the machine. So everything from bringing a picture in, and someone asked me, can you really bring stuff from your phone? Yes, even, the scanning mat I'm showing, the Dream Machine ladies and the Luminaire ladies have the scanning mat, but you can take a photo from your phone and send it as well. So there's a free app from Brother. Also, this has wireless. Do any of you use Artspira? Oh, it's so fun. They have a free version, and then there's paid versions too, but it's called Artspira. It works with any machine that has wireless. All right, it's scanning in. And then it shows up like this. You obviously don't want to embroider your magnets, although my nieces did. They had sketches that they did, and so we brought them and I showed them how to use this. They're like, this is the coolest iPad ever. Not an iPad, it's not a Brother product. If you watch my live show, you know what that means. Speaking of live shows, I host a live show for Brother every Tuesday and Thursday at noon on YouTube and Facebook. It's called At Your Side Virtually. We're featuring all Brother products. And then on Wednesdays, I have a live show on my own YouTube channel featuring whatever's happening in the studio that week, from fishing to sewing to embroidery. All right, there's her name. You can see it right there. You can make it darker, lighter, single stitch, zigzag stitch. And there's the design. It's all ready to embroider. I'm going to make the background a little lighter so you can see it. And then there is her name. That's how simple it is to take any sketch. So if you have like a grandmother's recipe, your own recipe, which I don't have any of, your mom's card, any, a handwritten note. I had my grandmother's and I would always scan that in and add it to a little mug rug and give it to my family members. All right, what else is new in here besides this? You've got this huge area here, but in the sewing side, I got to remove my scanning mat. And if you have questions on anything I've shown or want to see more, well, Jerry and I both have Avenires over here. And if you can't figure out how to sign up for your masterclass, come and see me. All right, so in here, you've got all of these decorative stitches. So I'm going to bring one up. And this is really fun. I think the paper, I'll put a piece of paper, you'll see better. There you go. And we have the projector for sewing as well. So can you see that stitch right there? The rainbow is not included. So it's really funny. The rainbow and then your bag kind of combined. Oh, I liked it. Leave it there. Kind of made it look fancy. So here's the design. And notice this box here. So everything I showed you on the embroidery side, you can do on the sewing side as well. So from this, I know this is, how many of you ripped out decorative stitching? It's painful, right? So I know that this is the exact size that's going to be on my garment. I can actually make it wider by just hovering over. I can make it long, the stitches longer. And it shows me exactly here. Now I say, you know what? I don't like that stitch. So from right here, by hovering over my little pen, I can hover over and it shows me the stitch I've chosen and the two stitches on either side. So if I were looking at my screen is actually grayed out right now. I can't use it, but I could actually see the stitches. So I'm using this now, and let's just go over. And as I scroll over these decorative stitches, it's showing me the exact size right here on my projector. So notice I have my embroidery arm attached. You don't have to use that for sewing, but you can. So this comes off. There's a large table that is included with this machine. This little table back here keeps your big hoop stable. But here, I've got this. Let's go through a few more. That looks great. Click close, and you're ready to sew. But someone asked me, that wedding dress over there was over 100 hours. 120 actually. And so they said, how did you stitch all of those rows? Now I made that wedding dress a few years back using the Dream Machine actually, but it has a Sew Straight laser light. So this also has a Sew Straight laser light. And if you look right here, I have my sub light on, which is purple, and my regular light, which is pink. What do you do with those? Well, I would chalk in one line on my fabric and then use these guidelines to help draw straight lines. Now, I really wish my Dream Machine would have had this though at that time, because they're spaced out pretty far. Those at home, I'll send a photo of the wedding dress. When you look at that dress, it's metallic thread I use, number one. And after the fourth row of stitching down the wedding dress, and it has a huge train, in case you missed it, I was like, what have I done? Why didn't I just do 3 right down the center and call this a day? But because it was on the left side, I had to go all the way around, thus the 120 some hours. So on here, let me go into right here under the sub menu. This is pretty cool. So I will click it here, and then you can see it here. It has a grid. So the Luminaire had this as well, but it was 3x5 projection. Now I have 5x8 projection. I can see a lot. So if I have one row of stitching finished, I can make this grid larger, meaning that after my first row of stitching is finished, I could move that row here or here and use that as a guideline. And so you can have perfectly straight rows just by focusing. Now, when they first came out with the Sew Straight laser, I remember this with the Dream Machine, and I was thinking, I'm never going to use that. I sew 12 hours a day with my eyes closed. That was before I had cheaters too. And I was thinking, I don't need that. But you know what happened? I was doing videos for Brother, and I noticed that instead of like focusing my head down at the needle, I had better posture, way better. Now I have really good posture because I'm way back here. Next thing you know, we're going to be like in the other room sewing. Here you go. Make sure the dog's out of the way. But it really does a good job because you are actually looking at where your stitch is going to go. And the machine, because it stitches so smoothly, you have the digital dual move it foot. So if you're sewing through layers of fabric or funky fabric like minky with silk, anything like that, it keeps all the layers even. But on here, I also have for those of you quilters, it also has this hash marks. It also has the echo feature here, which you could line up as you're sewing as a guide. And it also has angles, and it has a lot of angles. So let's see if I can open them all up. There you go. And as I change it from one angle to the other, you can see it here on your fabric. So there's no reason not to have straight lines. So I have one more thing for you, because my morning one is about sewing mostly, even though it was all embroidery. And then my afternoon one is about edge-to-edge quilting and a few other things like that. So our next one, Jerry's going to be on with me. And then Jerry has one this afternoon featuring the new foot that's not up here. And that is the stitch regulator foot, which is hands down the coolest thing ever. But I got to talk about the buttonholes. How many here like sewing buttonholes? Like everybody, like she's like dying laughing. So first of all, when the Luminaire came out, they came out with this new foot, which is really nice. You don't have to use the bottom part, but it actually will hold your fabric. So I've sewn on really thin fabric like chiffon and knits and stuff like that. And it keeps your fabric stable. In fact, you don't even need stabilizer sometimes. Hey, how are you? Another great outfit. All right, so I'm not going to put this on because I have my foot for embroidery, but I want to show you what's on the buttonhole. So come to the screen. We're talking about the laser placement, how to place. Well, now Brother has where you can sew your buttonholes without using chalk. which for me is going to be very difficult because I chalk everything up, but I'm getting used to it. So here's the buttonhole. You can pick any of these. They've got keyhole buttonholes. They also have embroidered buttonholes, which I use a lot as well. But this is for sewing. So there's one. Now click on the projector. And when I do that, it's showing me the buttonhole right there on the bed. Oh, you're getting slick on me. You got two. Good job, John. I know. Look at this. So there's my buttonhole. That's the exact same size of my buttonhole. If this was attached, which it's not, but if it was, I have it up here so you can see it. If I made this bigger to put a bigger buttonhole, that would change to the exact size. So you know exactly what it's going to look like. You have adjustments right here. If you want the stitches wider, further apart, again, you're using your stylus, but that's not the wow feature yet. It's right here. When you click on the projector, see these guidelines? So this line to the right, this is the edge of your fabric. So that's saying if I have a piece of fabric, I'm going to line it up right on that edge. The red line is where your buttonholes are going to be. So that's pretty easy. You can even adjust it too. So if I want that black line to be closer, I can move it. And as I touch it, it's moving closer. So if you're doing a shirt and you want buttons going down, there's the edge of the fabric. Are they giving machines away back there or what? That's like the 10th bell. I must have some good karma up here. All right, so your edge is right here. There's going to be my buttonholes. Now, what is this right here? So this guideline is where you want your next buttonhole. So if you look on the screen, it says, by the way, it even tells you, even without cheaters, you can read this. Here you go. That's the spacing. As I touch this, you can see these guidelines here moving down or moving back up. So once I sew my first buttonhole, once I have the measurements, I know I want all my buttons to be this far apart. I will sew my first one, and then I'll take that buttonhole and move it down here and sew my next one. And as long as I'm guiding my fabric up with this first edge and using this as a guide, all your buttonholes will be in a row, exactly the same spacing. It's fun to try. If you have this, you're going to want to buttonhole everything. Then over here, you can also do the buttonholes going sideways, and that shows you this is the spacing now. And now if you look here, this will be the edge of your fabric up here. Sew your first buttonhole, and then you'll move. Let me move this so you can see it. You would move this to your next buttonhole. So same thing, up and down, sideways. Those guidelines are crazy good. So for those of you that have the Avenir or you get the Avenir, you got to try it. They also have embroidered buttonholes, but this one is pretty much a wow feature. And also because of this extra layer for your foot, the buttonholes are absolutely beautiful. And it's a one-touch buttonhole. You touch it, and it does the entire thing in one step. I didn't realize there was something different than a one-touch buttonhole until somebody informed me of that. So I'm going to say it's a one-touch buttonhole. And if you ask me what the difference is, I have no idea about the other ones, but this one's easy. Does anybody have any questions? Okay, well then we've got like 30 seconds, so let's give away a package of thread. I paid all of these ladies to be here to hang out with me. All right, so you be number 1, 2. You're 10. She's 9. Doesn't matter. You got the great bag. All right, 11. All right, John, give me number between 1 and 11. So number 10. Well, there you go. My luminaire lady. There you go. She won because she was the first one to come up to me today thanking me for the master class. See? And I didn't even pick your number, so thank you. So, yes. It's your birthday today? On top of it? Oh my gosh. This is not rigged at all, I promise. Is there cake? Well, no, they're giving away machines behind me, though. You might want to head back there. Thank you, everyone, for being here. Thank you so much. Have fun shopping. home.
Bring in a pair next year for her to do during her demos.
Oh, I forgot to fix those. Okay. No, well, I did the other side, so I'm going to just show them how to line up. But this is my demo side. I don't think I can fit them, so it's okay. It's just for demo. All right, ready. Hello, I am Alexis, and welcome to, what's the name of this one? I just read it. This one, we're going to work on simplifying sleeve and pant leg embroidery. I'm going to use my trusty 1060W. Yay! This is the real star of the show. Now, I did this same demo a couple days ago, but I didn't finish it because I wanted to keep showing you all. So this is the finished one that I did at home. This is the nice side of the pant leg that I did at home. I used metallic thread. You know, we all love metallic. But then here, I started off with this side. And what I can do is show you exactly how I would pick up where I left off to continue stitching down the leg, right? So in order to do that, we're going to use our sleeve hoop, which requires your B arm. Okay, your B arm comes inside of your box. Sleeve hoop is an accessory. It's a necessary accessory. Say that 5 times fast. And I just attach it on there the same way I do any other. Is it stuck on something? Wait, I got to come from a certain angle so I can see. All right, so we line it up here. Grab our screws. Did my screws fall off? So we grab our screws, and that's going to screw into the side. Let me make sure I didn't set it up here. Oh, I got them. I found them. Price is averted. I found them. All right, so we screw those in. Yes, the screws were off because I had the 4x4 magnetic hoop on. They use the same hoop, I mean the same screws. The small ones. Rule of thumb, the small ones come off. The large ones you just unscrew them to adjust. So you don't want to take those off when you're redoing things. Now, for the pants, as you can see on this one, I still have my stabilizer in it. I used cutaway stabilizer. So I just slide this in here like so. So we'll act like I just stitched the other side. I mean, we just stitched the one on top of it. And I use, when I do a pant leg, I use more stabilizer than I need just to give me some leeway. No, I would not cut this open because then I would have to go sit down at my sewing machine and sew it back up the side. I'd have to use a seam ripper. And if you see me with my seam ripper, it is not the time. Okay, we all know that. All right, so I'm going to sit here and leave that there. Okay, I'm going to hoop this side of it. Take off my bottom hoop. I'm going to leave it at the top, so just in case I need to loosen it or tighten it any. Slide it in underneath the stabilizer. And I'm not worrying too much about my positioning because I'm going to use my snowman sticker. I'm going to leave a little bit of overlap up here. And then put my hoop on. And sometimes I am a little more free with how crooked I'll get it. And other times I try to at least make an effort to make it straight. In which today it's fighting back with me. I may have to loosen it some.
It's being camera shy. No, it's because I'm on camera. I guarantee that's all it is. Uh-oh. All right. And then pretty sure I got it in there. All right. And I don't typically, I'm not really stretching it so much as just getting the puckers and the wrinkles out. All right. And we are now hooped to our best ability. I have my tubular table on there. Does everybody know what this is for? It holds the weight of my pants while I'm stitching, or my sleeve. And I'm going to feed it on all the way up. And I think I may have put it to memory. I did not. So let's go find the design. It's this one. And I did it all one color. So you can do multiple colors, but I just changed it all to be stitched at one color. So, all right, I want to move it forward because I didn't put my snowman sticker on first. So I'll grab my snowman sticker. You know, this is kind of like your target. It's going to go look for this. And I'm going to stick it right at the top where I want the next piece to start stitching. And if I hooked right, I left myself enough room, fingers crossed. I'm going to pull up my snowman sticker feature. I need to use top center because I'm not using the center. I'm taking it to the top of my design because I want it to match up with the last design that I stitched. I'll look for it. And if it's out, if it's not in place, it'll for sure tell me if I don't have enough room. So I can either use the snowman sticker or I can bring up my camera. And so you see how it tells me it extends out just a little bit? I have trust issues. So I'm going to pull up my camera and say, maybe I can just finagle it over a little bit and actually get it into place. So live camera comes up on the screen. I'm going to move it up to actually find the top of it. Then I'm going to go to the top of the design. Remove my snowman sticker. All right, so it's too far up. So now I can take my placement and start just moving it down into place where I want it to go. So this camera, it didn't scan it. This camera is just showing the picture of what's there. We do have a feature that does scan the whole hoop in, and you can have it on the screen and position it that way. So I'm going to look at the top there. So maybe I need to move it over just a little bit. And then I'm going to look at the bottom. And I'm going to rotate it a smidge. Wrong way. Ah. Let's move it over. Okay. So it's like, I mean, it's my pants, so I'm okay if it's off a little bit. But that's how you would line up your placement. Otherwise, I'd take it off the hoop and scoot it over a little bit. All right, so I could stitch this out, but I also want to show you another option that we have when it comes to sleeves, and this is yet another accessory hoop that's going to make stitching more fun and easier. So let's. All right, so this is a shirt that I stitched out. I used my PR1X. This is a design this is a font that's on the PR1X. This is our graffiti font. And
I have some compact hoop frames here. They have their own driver, but it allows you, have you seen when the shirts that say mama and the kids' names on the sleeve? And have you wondered how they got that on there? Well, they were able to use small hoops like these. So let's hoop one of the sleeves down here at the bottom. And I don't know which one should we do right or left arm? Right. So that will be this one. All right, and we're going to put it about right here so that when it's hanging down, it's going to be kind of on the back of your hand. And I do it the same way. I'm going to put way more stabilizer in than I need because I don't have my scissors to cut.
So now, do you just stabilize the sheets? Because I see your stabilizer looks very flat.
This was on a roll. I just cut it. I pre-cut it. And no, but they do come in sheets also. The same way they come in different weights and everything. Okay. I'm going to use this one. The different sizes they come in. It's 1 1/4 by 1 3/4. That's going to be the oval. You have the 2 by 2 square, the 1 by 3 inch oblong, and the 1.3 by 1.3 portrait. All right, let's come to my seated hooping station.
You double the stabilizer?
Just one layer. And of course, I didn't mark my placement. Woo-hoo. We lost the camera. Hold on tight, Facebook viewers. It's going to be a bumpy ride. I always have to think that through, like, do I go in or out on that one? Okay. I got fussed at a show one time because I was pushing down with my fingers. She said I was going to get arthritis, so she said I have to do it with the palm of my hand. So I do. I did yesterday. Oh my gosh, it was tragic. It was very traumatic. So this one uses its own chassis, so we can take the B arm off. And we'll still use these same screws. And the kit comes with its own driver. So that's going to be the E. Let's reset this. All right, screw these on. And simply slide. Now this one, you'll have to take that off. And so you do have to do a little stretch so that it can get over the arm of the machine. And I slide it on and hold it that way. Now this one, I could probably still fit the tubular table on if I went from this angle just to make sure, you know, we're not going to catch anything. but it's a little bit of a tight fit, so I would leave that off and I just hold it. All right, so let's add a name. Anybody know my daughter's name? Kira.
the graffiti to this graffiti?
This is on the PR1X. This font is on there. Kira. All right, so as you can see, the hoop comes up to show me the size. So I already know what size I should be taking and making my letters before I get to the end of it. So I'm going to make it, let's make it medium. That's about good. All right, where did my snowman sticker go? I'm going to put that on that seam line. Edit end. Use my, actually, this one doesn't scan with that one because it's so small. I'm going to pull up my camera and I'm just going to look. So I need to rotate it because otherwise I'm the only one that's going to see her name right side up. So let's rotate it. And then I can pull up my crosshair on there. And that way I can see exactly where we're stitching. I would line it up. It's kind of hard for you all to see, but I can see the crease. And then I'll touch OK. And go back to my center. There we go. And I think I'll do it in black. You know me, I love pink, but black just makes sense for this one. And then turn the camera off because you can't stitch with the camera on. Go to embroidery. This is a quick 2-minute stitch out. So imagine your family, your friends, your customers, whoever bring you their sweatshirts, and it's just 2 minutes to stitch out. You can charge them about $10 if you like. Lock it. We're going to change our color to number 7. Okay, lock. Check the bottom and go. Green means go. And like I said, I stitch at 1,000 stitches per minute, wide open. It's perfectly fine with the machine. What I love about these hoops, it's already calibrated in the machine. I was able to design my stitch out right down the screen. I knew exactly where I was going to stitch. I didn't have to do any kind of tracing around. I'm not nervous of my design hitting the side of the hoop. And we're right at the halfway point. Any questions? It's called the compact. What is the name of it? It's the compact 4 hoop kit. We can order it. We don't have it here, but it's one that can be used. Yes, it can be used on the 680, the PR1X, and the 1060, or the 1055. You know, whichever one you have. And the reason I like specialty hoops is because when I first started out, I was like so adventurous. I would take my machine and stitch on site at vendor events similar to this, and I would then have them bring their design, bring their shirt, bring whatever. I would throw it on the machine, on and off. Like I needed really quick on machine, quick off machine, so I could keep the customer going back and forth. So that's it. That's as simple as that. If you have more names, you could probably I would probably use this one and just stack them on top of each other. You could add a heart, you can add a star, any little clip art that you want to it. I'll have to find that out. I'm not sure about that, but I can go up to the cash register and find that out for you. All right. Well, that is all. Let's see who we have coming up next. And more from Edge to Edge Quilting with Edge to Edge Connection. All right. If you have any other questions, you can head over to the booth. I'd be more than happy to give you any kind of demos.
Hi, everybody. I'm Ann Moore. I'm with So Steady, and we have lots of new products that we want to show you today and talk to you about. And I'm also going to have a little bit of a giveaway, but I also am going to have a discount over at my booth on a product, and I want to, we'll talk about that in a minute. I want to show you our new product that we have out. This is let's do it this way first. This is our Get It All box. We have come out with, we have ruler work, which all of you know. We have So Steady tables, but we also have embroidery. And so I'm going to talk to you a little bit about this Get It All box. It is you can get it as a subscription if you want to, or you can get it as a standalone box, whichever you prefer. If you get the standalone box, you come over to the booth today and we will have the boxes ready for you. We have high shank, we have low shank, and we have long arm. And you all have a ticket in your hand. That's for a prize, but also if you decide you want one of these boxes, hang on to that ticket, because I just told Jenny, if you bring that ticket, and I'll get you one in a moment. If you bring that ticket over to the booth, we're going to take $10 off of this box. So you did good. She came over to watch about the box, and she is very much interested in buying one. So remind me to get you a ticket before we do our drawing, and that way you can come over to the booth and get in on the $10 off. These normally are $99. I will do them for $89 if you've got your red ticket. Let me show you what is in it. There's embroidery in it, and I will show you in a couple of minutes what some of that embroidery looks like. I am working today at the booth. It's booth number 938, and I am working with the spinning ribbon template set today. So if you come by the booth, I can show you what I'm actually working on using our templates. The templates are a lot of fun to work with, but you can also do it on embroidery if you would like to. This is another template that's in the set. Now, you'll get this box for $89, but the box has $475 worth of items and classes in it, so that you get, it's quite a value. The templates are on the back side, but we have high shank, low shank, and long arm, so we can fix you up. There's a book inside here that has a pattern for a pinwheel, and then all through the book itself, it has ideas and shows you exactly how to make that pinwheel pattern, just like that. There is a pattern in here by Pam Varner. She's one of our educators. And this is for little coasters and a picture mat. We have a new and revised Bound to Fit tool. It goes all the way up to 3 inches this time, because sometimes you want to make a binding that's 3 inches wide instead of 2.5 inches. And so we have that tool. This is normally $15. It is in the kit. This is a spinning ribbon guidebook. This shows, if you purchase the spinning ribbons, this shows you what you can get inside that. I think that's the one. Let's look. Yes. In the box comes the Shadow Dizzy Geese. So spinning ribbons is an additional embroidery USB stick that we sell. They're normally $75. We're doing those for $60 today. There is a pattern in here for the Shadow Dizzy Geese that makes this little block right here. You also get the fabric to make that particular block. There is a pattern in here for a pillow that Nan Pan made. She's one of our educators, and she used the spinning ribbons templates to actually decorate hers. And so you have instructions on how to do that. You have a panel of fabric in here, and this is the one I'm working on at the booth. You get that. It's pretty cool. And we have some of the panels available over at the booth if you decide, hey, I'd like to make, 6 placemats instead of 5 or whatever, then we actually have those available at our booth so you for some of our projects. So you can buy those kits if you want to. We also have online embroidery for a freestanding lace embroidery class kit that tells how to make a freestanding lace, like earrings or Christmas tree ornaments. I would use this as a Christmas tree ornament. This one as well. We have buttons, cute little buttons that are kind of the same style as some of our quilting designs. We have, this is from Wonderfil. It's just a little freebie they put in the package. It's a felt or a foam spool disc to go on your machine. We have tiny little applique discs if you want to draw your design onto your, stitch your design out onto your fabric, and then you want to come along and draw it and give yourself a cutting guide. You can do it with these tiny little discs. If you want to join as a subscription, we have QR codes on a package in the back. It's $35 a month, and every quarter you will get a new box with all new designs in it. So I wanted to tell you about that. I have been subscribing. I get the box every quarter because it's got lots of fun stuff in it and all kinds of, it's just a package that tells you or gives you all kinds of little quilting ideas, including embroidery. So now I'm going to show you some of the designs that I have done using the box. I'm making placemats for my own table at my home. I put this on the back of it so I can flip it over for Christmas. But this is the Churn Dash embroidery set, and there are a whole lot of different patterns. This just happens to be one of them that we did, or I did. This one is from Spinning Ribbons, another one, and then I did the same thing on the back so that I'm going to make every placemat for my table use a different embroidery style on it and use a lot of our different patterns. So you get 32 designs on this particular thing, and they all will go from about 4 inches to 12 inches. So you can decide whatever side. This one happens to be 8 inches. And I just put 2, I said, mirror image me another one. And so it did, the computer did. Last month's or last quarter's box had butterflies in it. We have the butterfly embroidery stuff over there. This set that's right here in the middle, that's from the embroidery. And we have those sticks available over there. They're normally $75. They will be $60. Here's another design that I made from ruler work and embroidery both. The center image is embroidery, and I did a method called Temple where we cut away. It's a reverse applique. We have a lot of education on the university, on So Steady University, so you can go and access that education free of charge once you have the box. And a few of them, like this particular one, it's also on YouTube. This is one I did. I do a class every month for So Steady, and mine have been put on YouTube. There's another one. Isn't that fun? I have 3 more of these. This is a hoop for your rulers or your embroidery hoops. You can hang this on the wall, and it's graduated. There's 3 sections on it, so you can hang your embroidery hoops. I don't know about y'all, but mine were kind of a mess on the floor in a basket underneath my desk where I do my embroidery work. These are normally $25. I have 3 left. and I'll do them for $20 if you are interested. Just let me or Jenny know that you want that. And there's 3 left, so be sure you ask her about that. These are just a couple of the, this is a new tool that we have, and it's called Circles. And there's a panel kit in here. Let me open this and show this to you. That makes a placemat. So we have that available over there. And then we have one that's just the fabric only, but I think it's really, really cute. So I'm going to show that to you. It's the fabric and it's also the design layout. Isn't that pretty? So we have these available, and I know some people have said, well, I want more than one because I want to put them on my table. They are $15 a piece. We'll do a 20% discount on them. So do the math on that. And you sure can. You can embroidery on it. You can also do ruler work on it, whichever you prefer. So we'll do like a 20% discount on that. And then I wanted to show you, we have edge to edge embroidery. This one happens to be flowers, but we also have the one that has the butterflies on it. These are normally $75. We will do this for $60 for you. Just be sure and let me or Jenny know. And some of you have come along and you do not have a ticket. So if you'll come up here, I'll hand you off a ticket real quick so you can get in the drawing, and you can also have your ticket to come by the booth and get the discount off of the items that I pointed out to you. He does. She has one. Here you go. Anybody else who does not have a ticket? Do you have a ticket? Did I give you one? Okay. Everybody else has a ticket? Okay. Good, good, good. All right. So let me put those in there. It's 6270. And I have a little prize for you. I'm going to give you this kit right here. It's the Circles kit. And it has the fabric inside so that you can make a placemat. Also has the ruler with it, which is pretty special. I want to give this to 612-7659. That's you, okay? And hang on to your ticket, because if you want this box, you have to show your ticket to me or Jenny. In fact, you have to give her the ticket or give it to me. But this is yours. You're welcome. All right, we'll see you guys back at the booth. We are right over on aisle 9. We're booth number 938. And we have all kinds of goodies for you. That is awesome. I have one. Okay. Yeah. Yes. 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 You hang this on the wall. There will be little like a screw hole here and here, and you hang it on the wall or on the side of your table or on your desk, and then you can hang your hoops on that. It's pretty awesome. As many as you can stuff on there, probably about 6 or 8. Yeah. Booth number 938. 938, and I'll have this one over there too. Take your ticket, yes, because Jenny or I will need to see that. Thank you.
That's good. Hi, how are you today? Are we live?
Yes.
All right. Hi, guys. I am Jerry Granada. Not so much. Okay. Jerry's busy over there, so you're not going to get his presentation on stitch regulation. You're going to get mine. Okay. Surprise. Okay. The stitch regulator in on the Celeste and on the Avenir are really amazing. No, it will not. The Luminaire does not have the brain for it. It has to have the brain, okay, because it has a plug-in and there's a whole. Well, you may want to sit here because I may tempt you on something else, and it'll tell you whether you want stitch regulation or not. Stitch, yeah. The Luminaire can't have it. The Avenir and the Celeste are the only two. Celeste is our sewing only model with it. Okay, so you don't have to. I mean, you're not paying for a embroidery machine with it. It has 3 modes on it: intermittent, continuous, and basting. Intermittent is going to stop when your hand stops. Continuous is going to, that needle's going to keep going until you press the stop button or until you take the foot off the gas. And basting is going to baste at certain, whatever increments you set it at. Okay. I believe the lowest basting stitch I can choose is, I think, like a 1/2 inch, I believe is the lowest I can choose. All right. So when you plug it in, if stitch regulator is plugged in, your screen is automatically going to pop up to this screen. It's going to say stitch, you can start stitch regulation. You tap OK and it brings this screen up. This is mode number 1, intermittent. So it stops when my hands stop. Continuous, as I said, it's going to keep going. So let's play with a couple of these. I'm going to sit down and I'm going to peek at you through here. Oops, through here. All right. So I personally use a cheat. I've got that in the wrong spot. Hold on. I use a cheater's method, and I've let people play with this all the way over there. So I will draw myself lines with my scan and cut so I can learn to do this until I am better at it. I've gotten much better at this, but Jerry is like the king of it. And I am not even a princess. So I personally like to shorten my stitch. The default setting is 2.5, and I started this without changing the default setting. When I'm doing curves, I personally like to set it up to 1.7, 1.7, 1.8. Either of those will work for me. That allows me to go around my corners better. I find I have more control with that. And once I sit there and start, I'll notice that, hey, I forgot to do that. And go forth and multiply from there. That I find that a little bit easier to work with. And your hands are the speed controller, not the machine. So you can go as slow as you need. If you outrun your stitch regulator, it is going to beep at you. So my speed control up top means nothing. It is simply, all you're doing is starting and stopping. I personally do not use my foot controller with this because that means I have to keep my foot on the gas the entire time when it's doing nothing besides keeping the machine running. Because it's not controlling my speed, it's just keeping the machine running. So we tend to use our start-stop buttons instead. So that's one way that I use my stitch regulator. The other way that I use my stitch regulator is for thread painting. This is a blast. It's a great way to start learning how to use your stitch regulator. So you pick a section that you want to do. Let's see here. I don't have any. Yeah, I'll do the nose here next. And I'm just going to kind of go in around his nose a little bit. And when you're doing stitch regulator, you need to think in terms. You're not rotating your fabric. You're basically just keeping a motion going. So, and that was one of the hardest concepts for me to forget, is to not stop here and rotate my fabric. You're just keeping motion in the same orientation. So that area is done. Now I can come and do the nose. But you're not turning your fabric. And if you try to turn if you try to rotate, stop, you're going to make your life miserable. Oops, I just sewed over the back or my backing. I may have to take those stitches out, but hey, it is what it is. But truly, Jerry has a little quilt block that he usually shows you how to do it, how to play with it. And a lot of what that is teaches you how to travel back and forth. And once you get into an area, you stop. I basically will look at the area and I'll say, all right, how can I get from here to here without picking up my pen? And that's where I'll go with it. And that's truly what you're looking at. Oop. Questions for me? Let me stand back up. Let's stop tucking in. I said, questions for me. Let me stand back up so that I'm not tucking in. Uh-huh. Yes. Yes. Your hands are moving the speed. It is not supposed to, okay? So it is supposed to regulate those stitches based on your speed. If you hear it beep, it is no longer capable of regulating. So if you go too fast, it's going to beep at you. At that point, you've gone too fast for your stitch regulator, okay? So this panel right here is one of those things that Jerry recommends for people to do, okay? And what you're doing is you're going to try your first thing that we basically will tell you to do is go around the outside edge. See, travel to the outside edges, learn how it's working. And once again, I didn't move very well there. I'm just starting wherever I want to start. I'm going to stop right there for a second. You can start in the middle and work your way out if you want to. If you want to start in the middle and work out, you can. I wasn't even thinking at it in terms of that. I'm just thinking in terms of showing you out the motion that you would rather go. So you'll notice I haven't outrun my stitch regulator yet. I've sped up and I've slowed down. It hasn't beeped at me yet. We are still going strong. I am not going very straight here. I will be perfectly honest, because when I try to go fast, I'm not best. Do what? Okay. It's stronger. And we have 3 different feet also for it. So there's a closed toe, the echo foot, and the open toe that I've got. They are snapping feet. There's a sense, we call it an intelligent stitch regulator, because there's a sensor on the bottom of it. You want to always make sure you have at least a 1/2 inch of fabric around the outside edge, because when it senses the machine and not fabric, it stops sewing. Totally stops sewing. Do what? They're not doing backwards compatible. They're not upgrading older machines to accept it. That currently, I'm truly shocked that we got a sewing only model with it in it. Okay, and they have an excellent price on this weekend. MSRP on it's about $8,500. They have an excellent price on it this weekend. So, all right, you're welcome. It is a lovely machine. It is a lovely machine. I cannot complain about that machine. I still have my Lumi. I don't intend to get rid of it. Yeah, mine. I have no intention of it leaving my house anytime soon, because I love it. But we do have we still keep our Avenir as well. You're welcome. So anyhow, you'll just kind of travel along here. There's people online, so I have to continue the presentation regardless. And This is the new Celeste, yes.
It's only sewing.
It is only sewing, yes. And it's got the laser guideline on it as well. It's really a nice foot. It truly is a very nice foot. I'll stop right here on this corner so I can take off the foot to show you how that you replace the feet. So you simply slide this out, pop it down, and put one back in it. You just kind of make sure that you get the notch in where you want it to go. Do what? Yeah, make sure your thread's not stuck inside it. The sensor, let me unscrew this, is right here on the bottom. Okay. This one comes with the Move It foot as well, and all 5 Move It feet. It comes with our brand new zipper foot that none of the other machines have yet. I think that one's the foot for the general public gets released in November, and it plugs in just like your Move It foot does. It comes with the couching foot, comes with the Move It foot, all kinds of things on this one. But
I know she did some stuff with yarn
yeah,
last month.
the couching is quite fun. And the nice thing about it is that you're not really backwards is my least favorite direction to go. I've learned I'm kind of a right to left sewer. Isn't that interesting? That it is. Okay, so other things that Jerry usually teaches, I'm going to stop with that right there. We could spend all day doing that. But usually you're wanting to try, and usually you're using a coordinating thread here, guys. I'm using a black, which is not coordinating. It's going to show up all my mistakes. But so for this one, you would go in the centers, you would go around the outside. Generally, you would start middle and go to the outside, but you pick what you want to do. Then when you start doing your edges, you can stipple in different areas, and what you need to do, oops, I did not pull my thread to the top. So let's lift up and pull our bobbin thread to the top if it will play nice in the sandbox with me. Let me drop, pull it up. Fiddle-dee-day. I'm using embroidery bobbin thread because it's what I had over there. Normally you would have the same bobbin thread in your bobbin as you have in the upper thread. So let me put my slider down. I will sit here and tell you a glider slider will make your life easier when it comes to free motion. I made it, what, 10 minutes without it, I do believe. Not long. So I'm going to start here in this area. And I'm going to work my way around. And I've evidently got thread stuck right there. So let's get my thread out from underneath me. Maybe. Fingernail. Come on. I don't have a screwdriver. I have nothing. There we go. Okay. Now I'm not stuck. And you want to plan your way out of here. All right. We also have the ability to echo. So once I get out of this area, we'll go echo around an area. Now on the Avenir, you have little guidelines. You can use your laser LED drop light. You can use the projector will project crosshairs. You can project an echo pattern. I tend to use the little dot to follow my little dot so that I know where my foot is going. That it depends on what you want to do. All right, so we're gonna say, hey, you hear beep? I'm outrunning my regulator. So you got to slow your roll. You got to think about it and slow your roll. So I'm going to get myself back out to that other corner and go across there. And now I'm going to, oops, now I'm going to echo. So normally I probably wouldn't trim my thread, but I'm going to go ahead and trim my thread, and I'm going to put my echo foot in here. So what my echo foot lets me do is basically choose one of the lines on the foot and echo around that area. So I will sit here and pop it down and follow along that little line right here. It kind of makes me look smart. Let me get my hand out there, see if we can make it to where y'all can see a little bit better. And then I'm going to move into that second line again and move up. And when my foot gets up here to the top and both of those are in the same place, then I'm going to move back down. And we'll do the same thing until we get to the center of this, and then we will take it out and go to another corner. All right. And then I'm done. All right. Okay, guys. And that is free motion on the Celeste and somewhat of the Avenir. Thanks so much for joining me.
I have embroidery this afternoon. This one was not mine. This was supposed to be Jerry.
Oh, what happened?
He's over with a customer.
Okay. All right. Hello, everyone. I'm Tina with Brother, and I'm excited to be able to share with you the Stellar 2 and the Matrix copy and 2-point positioning. So please come on in and join me. Okay. All right. So hopefully you guys have tried this feature before, but if not, I'm going to show you some really exciting things that you can do to make really interesting designs with the Stellar 2. So we're going to go ahead and get started here. Once I get my machine all set up, we're going to start on the embroidery side of the machine. And I'm going to come in and pick a really fun design that you might not have thought of using before, but I think you'll be excited when you see how it turns out. So in this folder number 1, we have these 2 little scarabs, right? They're adorable. They got the gold outlines. They're really, really cute. But I wanted to do a pillow cover with them. And so just having 2 really wasn't enough. So what I want to do is be able to fill a hoop with them. And you guys are going to love how easy this is on the Stellar 2, right? So let's start by setting our designs. And then we're going to pop into the edits. And we're going to go to this one right here that looks kind of like a tic-tac-toe board. And then the matrix copy feature that we're using today is this one here. So again, it's the one with 9 squares. And then basically you tell the machine the hoop that you're using. And you can see here, if I were using that big 9.5 by 14, 7 repeats would fit. And then as I change my hoop sizes, the machine is so smart that it recalculates how many repeats will fit in the hoop, right? So we're going to keep going here. Now, the other thing that's really fun about this is maybe you'd like a little bit more space between them. And so you can use the keys here to change the spacing. So in this case, I'm going to increase the vertical spacing between my scarabs here. How fun that is. And the machine is so smart that it automatically knows when no more repeats will fit, right? So super, super fun and easy. Now, for me on my pillow cover, I'm not making a little rectangular. I was making a square pillow. So I'll actually be hooping this more than one time. So the other feature in here that's really amazing is you can add registration marks to your design. And so it's the little drop down arrow key right here. And then right now you see my top design is selected. And what I want to do is I want to add a registration mark to the 2 top corners. All right. And then I'm just going to scroll down until I get to my bottom row. And I'm going to add the registration marks and the 2 bottom corners rather. And then what will happen is, and I'll show you later, I'll actually hoop one. I'll use those registration marks between hooping to make sure that I, again, maintain the same spacing and alignment no matter how many times I hoop it, right? So super fun, super quick, super easy. But now look at how amazing that looks. So here's the pillow cover all done. And again, just by virtue of repeating a design a number of times, it becomes so much more visually interesting. And the other thing about using the matrix copy, and you notice I have lots of colors in here. Well, it's so smart that the machine automatically color sorts your designs for you. So even though I have a lot of colors in each one of the little scarabs, it's going to minimize the number of color changes. Isn't that great? Super efficient, super fun, super easy. And there are lots of designs on the Stellar that are perfect for this particular technique, right? So let me show you another one using another design that's on the machine itself. Now this time, this one has been rehooped 3 different times in the amazing 7 by 12 inch magnetic frame. And guys, I'm here to tell you that without the matrix copy feature and the registration marks in the corners, there's no way I would have been able to maintain perfect spacing between the hoopings. But the machine just makes it really fun and really easy to do. And you can do these intricate, really elaborate designs using this feature. All right. Now, another way that you can use it, right? So embroidery designs are easy. But on our machines, we also have decorative stitches. And that's another really fun way to use the matrix copy feature. So your decorative stitches, in case you don't know, are in this folder number 5 here. So I'll press in here. And by the way, if you've ever been looking for your buttonholes on the embroidery side, they're hidden in here too. But my decorative stitches are right in here. So, and there's so many of them, right? So, these should look familiar to you. We have many of them on the sewing side of the machine too. But I'm going to scroll down because there's one that I use that's really fun. So this one here, number 80, it kind of looks like two little mountains, right? So it's really cute. You can see it's about 1.5 inches by 1/2 inch, but I want to fill an entire hoop with it, right? So again, I could copy paste lots and lots of times, or I could just pop in here into edit and use my matrix copy feature. And in just a couple of seconds, you can see that it automatically filled my entire hoop with repeats of that design. Super easy. So literally 128 copies of my design fit in the hoop now. Now, I don't know about you, but I would like maybe the columns to be a little bit further apart. And we did this a minute ago. You can just come down here to the add spacing between. And look, I can just kind of tell it to, they need a little buffer of space between, like siblings in a car ride so they don't fight. All right. And it automatically recalculates and fills the hoop. Now, wait till you see this stitched out because that's when it gets really fun, right? So here's the stitch out of that decorative stitch. And look at all the colors. Do you know how many color changes I had doing this? Anybody want to guess? How many times I had to change my thread? 7. Would you believe me if I told you I didn't have any color changes? I used variegated thread. And it just automatically went between the colors without me having to do anything. Isn't that cool? So again, we've got these cool specialty threads like variegated and metallic. Remember, they really are there to make your projects interesting, and actually variegated thread is your best friend for no thread changes, right? Isn't that cool? I love that pattern. I think it looks really amazing. I like the kind of rainbow color scheme too. Really makes me happy. All right. Now, how about a garden flag with a pet theme? Okay. So check this one out. This one's really fun. So the decorative stitch pattern has little cats and dogs. Can you see the cat and the little fish skeleton and the little dogs and the bones, right? Super cute. And again, I filled this entire garden flag with repeats of the little pets. And then I've taken a little saying, "My heart belongs to my fur babies." Does that ring true for any of you? Right? Super duper cute. And just put that on with my scan and cut with the strip flock HTV. Isn't that adorable? So for you guys in the audience, you can see it in big. Super duper cute. Now, how many of you guys have stitched with faux leather or vinyl on your embroidery machine? Anybody tried that? Yeah, it's really fun and it gives you a really rich look. So here's another project. This is an in the hoop zipper bag. And again, it's using one of those decorative stitches, just like we did before, with gold metallic thread. So check out, let me get the right sheen so you can see the metallic thread. Isn't that amazing? So it looks super rich, super expensive yet, and it was really quick and easy to do. So the matrix copy feature filled this part of the bag with repeats of the stitch because the stitch is really just one of those pretty flowers. And then I made them smaller, and then I filled the area above the zipper too, right? So fun and easy. Again, this is another specialty thread, right? Metallic thread. And it just really kind of gives it a fun look, right? It goes really well with the faux leather. So I totally love that. So I got one more for you with a decorative stitches, all right? Because it's going to be Thanksgiving before long, right? Everybody knows that? So already we've talked about using matrix copy with an embroidery design, and then we talked about using it for decorative stitches. But you can also use it with the fonts on the machine, right? So look what I did here. I put thankful, grateful, and blessed, right? And then I didn't want the same words stacked on top of each other. So my next row was grateful and blessed, thankful. And then my third row was and blessed, thankful, and grateful. So I don't have the same word on top. And then once I had those 3 lines, I let the matrix copy go ahead and do all the rest of the heavy lifting for me. And again, I've got the browns and the greens and the golds in my fabric in the borders. Again, I used one of those variegated threads, so no thread color changes, and it went through all those colors for me like it was nothing. Isn't that fun? And of course, Turkey Day, so of course I had to cut out a beautiful turkey with the scan and cut and add that on there too. So isn't that fun? Are you guys getting excited about matrix copy? Yeah. No, it's cut out of heat transfer vinyl. It's called strip flock. So I'll let you touch it. It actually feels like velvet if you want to touch it. And it's a really good choice of heat transfer vinyl if you ever want to put vinyl on like an upholstery fabric or anything that has a really heavy grain, because it has so much body of its own, it doesn't pick up the grain of the fabric. So it's a really good choice for stuff. And little kids like it too because it's furry. Thank you. Whoops. Oh, we almost got on the first try. All right. You must have got an athletic scholarship. All right. So, how many of you guys are quilters? All right. We're at the quilt show. So, I figured I'd have a couple quilters in the group, right? So, had you ever thought of using something like matrix copy for quilting? What? That sounds crazy, right? Let me show you. Now, on the Stellaire 2, we have the awesome My Design Center. So how many of you have used My Design Center before? Anyone? So on the machines with it, it's basically like having embroidery software on the machine. You don't need a computer. You don't need software. You can make your designs right here on the machine itself, right? So I'm going to pop into the Design Center. And then I'm going to choose a square shape because, quilt block square. So I'll come in here and I've got over 50 shapes I can choose from, but I'm going to choose a square and I'm going to say, okay, here. And the first thing I'm going to do, I'm planning on using the 7 by 12 inch magnetic frame and the matrix copy. So to make the math kind of work for me, I'm going to resize my square down to a 3.5 inch square. Okay, so just press the size key and then I'm just going to decrease, and you can see the size changes right here in case you're wondering how I know what size it is. And I'll just hold my finger on there until I get right around 3.5. I'm almost there. All right. Gosh, that was easy. All right. So now I have a perfect 3.5 inch square. Now, a couple of things. Remember, and kind of here's what I would recommend for you guys. When I'm in the design center, I kind of think of it as my adult coloring book, right? I'm relaxed. It's fun. I'm choosing shapes and assigning stitches. There's no stress here because, until I say go, I don't have to stitch it. So what I want to happen here is I don't want the edges of the square to stitch, but I do want a quilting fill in the middle, right? So the way Design Center works is the line properties are in this area here, and then my fill properties are here. So to turn off stitching around the edge, I'll come up here to my line properties. And then I'm going to choose the no sew option. And then to assign it, it's the bucket or the flood fill here. And then I'm just going to touch my square. Now to add the fill inside, these are my fill areas. So go back into settings here. And again, I have a solid fill, I have stipple, but I have all these beautiful decorative fills under this key. So then we'll press select. Now I am looking for something kind of specific in this exercise, okay? So I'm looking for a fill that has a strong, obvious central element. So for example, on this page, the two that would work for what I'm going to show you is this one, number 3, and that's the one I'm actually going to use, or this one, number 11. But just so you know how many awesome choices we have, right? Oops, missed another. So we have 30 different options. This one would be fun. This one here would work too, okay? So really just looking for something with that strong central element. So I'm going to choose this one for this afternoon. And we'll say, okay. Yep. Hold on one second. I'm just going to make an adjustment on the screen brightness. I'm going to take the long way to the right page. 4. There it is. It's already all the way up. Oh, yeah, they're both maxed out. Oh, you want it down. Sorry. Is that better? All right. So I've got my fill chosen. I'm going to choose a color so you can see it when I apply. I'll say okay. And applying it's going to be the same as I did a minute ago. It's going to be the bucket or the flood fill. And then I'm going to touch inside of the square. Gosh, that was easy, right? Now, when I go to the next page, if I wanted to, just so you guys have a little bit more background here, I could change the size of my pattern, or I could change the angle. I'm not going to do any of those for right now, but you have some editing capabilities here. We're just going to say, go ahead and show me the preview. Oh my gosh, it's beautiful. Again, I've got that strong central element, exactly what I'm looking for. So I'm going to set that. So now I've taken a picture and I've turned it into an embroidery design right on the machine without a computer or anything. Pretty easy, right? I didn't even break a sweat. It was really pretty easy for me. Now that I have that, I'm going to pop in now and use that matrix copy, right? So edit. Remember we start here with the one with the 9 squares. And then again, matrix copies right here. And I'm planning to use that 7 by 12 inch magnetic frame. So I'll tab over till I get to the frame size I'm planning to use. And notice how it's so smart that it automatically knows how many will fit. So I can get 6 repeats in the frame, okay? But I want you to kind of pay attention because this is the magic I'm going for. I want to have an intricate quilting design. I know I'm going to hoop it multiple times, and I want all the parts to match up perfectly. So see how nicely these match up between the repeats? It's perfect. Exactly what I'm looking for. And then let's go ahead and we'll add those registration marks like we did earlier. So we're just going to pop in and add the registration marks. And then we're ready to hoop it. Now, if you think it looks good with just one repeat, wait till you see the example where I've hooped it multiple times and it's been stitched here, right? So here you can see I have lots and lots of detail. Everything is matching up. So I left my registration marks that I sewed on the sample here so you could kind of see the matching. So this is the center where it's matching between hoopings. And look how perfect it is. That central motif is perfect. It's perfect here. These match up. I mean, you could do a really elaborate whole cloth quilt super duper easy with that matrix copy. Isn't that amazing? I mean, I really love this feature. I'm super excited about being able to do this. It looks great. I mean, you could have a contrasting thread. I chose to use a complementary one, but this would really pop with a contrasting thread too. Now, anybody wondering if it's hard to match it up between the hoopings, right? Because the design was pretty easy, but I'm guessing there's some of you like me who think the hooping might be a little bit more challenging. Let me show you how easy it is, okay? So basically, when we come in here on the embroidery screen, and I have another version that's already been hooped here. So again, just so you know what I have in the hoop, this is one of those other patterns that had the strong central motif. I've already completed the first and the second hooping. And again, you can see everything matches up perfectly, right? It's pretty awesome. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to remove the magnets. I'm using the amazing 7 by 12 inch magnetic frame. It's one of my very, very favorite hoops. It's great for this kind of work. And so I'm going to take the magnets off and I'm going to put the base of the hoop on the machine, and it's just letting me know it's going to scooch over a little bit just to accommodate the frame size I have on. And then on the screen, I'm going to press the trace key. So if you're not familiar with it, it's on many of our machines. It looks like a dotted line square with an arrow on it. All right, so we'll press in here. And then I'm going to go up here to the top left corner because, again, that's going to be the next part that I hoop. All right. And at the top of my screen, I'm going to turn on the LED pointer foot. So that's right up here. And then you guys will see on the fabric in just a second. Oops. See that red LED drop light that I have on the fabric? It's right under here. I'll move my hands so the camera can catch it. See the little drop light that I have right there? So all I have to do now is see my registration mark that's been stitched. Oh, look at my big old hands out of the way. I'm just going to move it over so that LED pointer is right on the corner of that registration mark. And then I'm going to take one of the small magnets from my hoop and put it right at the top. So far, that's pretty easy, right? All right, see how perfect that is? Now back on the screen, I'm going to press the button that takes me to the bottom left-hand corner. So that's my other alignment. And again, I still have some play in my fabric because I don't have all the magnets on. I'm going to move it. So once again, you can see that LED drop light is right exactly on my corner. And so I'm going to put another small magnet here on my hoop. And then literally all I have to do from here is finish setting all the magnets on the hoop. And then I am ready to stitch, and it's going to align perfectly. And all those patterns are going to connect exactly the way you saw. Isn't that amazing? And it's super duper easy, right? So My husband's always one who says, sometimes it's not about being smarter, it's about having better tools. To me, that's like the perfect example of that. So what do you guys think? Isn't that a cool way to do quilting? And it turns out amazingly well. I mean, I'm super happy about it. All right, so while we're here, I want to show you one other awesome feature on this machine, and that's the 2-point positioning. So, have any of you struggled, like you were trying to get your name over a pocket or something? Have you ever had trouble getting it lined up exactly correct? It's super easy on this machine, right? So we're going to pop in and I'm just going to type out my name because I know how to spell it, Can't stress out over those kinds of things, right? And then I'll set it. And I'm going to put this piece of fabric back in my hoop, and we're going to pretend that this is my pocket. And I don't know if you can see on the camera really well, but I did not put it in the center of the hoop, and I certainly did not put it in there straight, right? So that might be a little challenging from a positioning perspective, but don't worry, the machine is going to make it super easy for me. All right. So to get to the positioning, we're just going to, on the screen of the machine, we're going to press the embroidery option. And then at the top of the screen, you see there's a button that's called layout. So we'll press that. And this amazing 2-point positioning icon is right here. It looks like a rectangle with a red dot in the middle. So when we select it, it brings us to the screen. Now, I'm going to use it here with center bottom as though the pink were my pocket. I want it centered over the pocket. But I could also use it for center or the 4 corners, like if I were doing napkin border designs for Thanksgiving, or the 4 centers on the sides. But for today, we're going to use the bottom center. So I'll say next. Now it says, "Hey Tina, when I'm looking at the screen, what are your placement landmarks?" Well, in this case, I have a horizontal line, which is the top of my pocket. So left and right are equally correct options. So I'll go ahead and leave it with right, and we'll press next. And this is the fun part, right? So I'm going to be using the move keys here until I have the LED pointer right on the middle of my pocket. All right. So again, I'm going to move it over here a little bit. Let's see where I am. I got to move it. I'm just a little bit up. All right, so that's the center of my pocket here. So I'll say next. And now it says, "Okay, Tina, now I want you to align that LED point with the top of your pocket," right? So same basic process. Here I need to come up here just like this. And then I'm right on there. And then once I've done that, I press set. And oh my gosh, look what happened. The machine automatically moved it. It realized it wasn't centered. It got the perfect angle of my pocket. So, you know what this means? This means that we can be crooked hoopers and straight stitchers. Isn't that the best? I love it. I love it. All right. Do you guys have any questions? Are you excited about the Stellaire? I love this machine. It's so fun. By the way, it's got Disney on it if you like Disney. It's got all the things. All right. Any questions, anyone? All right. Well, thank you so much for joining me this afternoon. I really appreciate it. I hope you guys have a wonderful show. All right.
Welcome, my two best friends here. Yes. Welcome to the AllBrands Village. Thank you, thank you. You know, I should probably just I'll sit right down there next to you. Anyway, so thank you for coming. Welcome to the Houston Quilt Festival, and welcome to the AllBrands Village, which is as far as the eye can see right here. My name is Aine McCarthy, and I am an educator for Dime, which is now part of the OESD family. And so we're going to talk about how we can hoop smarter, not harder, with Dime magnetic hoops. Now, where's my machine embroiderers? Everybody, machine embroiderers? Okay, fabulous. It probably doesn't matter if you've been doing machine embroidery for 20 years or 20 minutes. Everybody is familiar with this. This is the standard issue that you get with a number of your embroidery machines. And this is the standard hoop. And while this hoop is perfect for hooping a lot of things, it's not so perfect for hooping many things. So think about things that you've tried to hoop with this. What are your most difficult items to hoop with your standard hoop? A towel, quilt sandwich. What else? Onesies. I need to give you some, that's what we're going to do. So, but a towel, onesies. There you go. So I'm going to show you how to hoop many of those same items with the Snap Hoop Monster. And this is the Dime magnetic hoop. Now this hoop, and we've got a lot of people streaming with us today, so I'm going to combination of showing you the hoops and doing the demo up here. The first thing that will help you hoop smarter is the hoop mat. Now this is a silicone mat, and as you can see, it's got a printed grid on it. And this will work with either the standard or the magnetic hoops. And even though it's not sticky, it will, when you're bringing your hoop together, and again, I'm going to use it with the standard hoop, it will hold that bottom hoop in place while you bring over your item so that you're not chasing it all the way around the table. Now for the Snap Hoop Monster, and this is a small 4x4, you've got three pieces. So you've got the top frame, which is plastic, and it's got the magnets in it. Then you've got a piece of corrugated plastic, and this should be kept between the two frames when not in use, because this will keep the two frames from sticking to each other. They're hard to get apart. And also it helps with the integrity of the magnets. This is the bottom frame. And as you can see, this is where it attaches to the machine, just like your standard hoop would. And this is the metal frame. So it's nice to put this on the hoop mat. So let's hoop. One of the things that you said, the first thing that you said that was very difficult to hoop, and that is a terry cloth towel. This is one of the first items that we learned to machine embroidery, and it's still a great item to do machine embroidery on. It makes great gifts. But in the standard hoop, they're very difficult. So let's hoop one of these. So this is just a nice thick plush hand towel, and I got a target sticker right there, which is going to indicate the center of my design. Since this is a stable fabric, I'm going to use a piece of tearaway. So, and I'm going to use the 4x4 hoop. So all I have to do is lay that right down on top of the bottom frame. And then I'm going to bring over the terry cloth towel. And then I'm going to bring over the top frame. Now I'm going to start by dropping the left-hand side down first, because it's important that these two frames are flush on top of each other to get the maximum hold. And this lets me do kind of this to adjust it. I can feel underneath the towel where the bottom frame is, and so I've got it lined up, and I'm just going to simply drop it in place. I can feel and make sure that it's flush, and it holds. So it holds, and these magnets are strong. And what's nice is that if I'm not a very good hooper and I hoop something like that, all I have to do is lift up the corner and I'm just going to smooth that out. Can't do that with a standard hoop. And so I am ready to go to the machine. Now, here's one thing. Here's another way to hoop smarter. Let's say that I've got this at the machine and I've got excess fabric, whether it be a towel or part of my quilt, and I've got that rolled up in the throat of the machine. What happens when you just turn to look at something else? It boom, it falls in and it gets stitched down. You're right there. It never does it in front of your very eyes. Well, this is the hoop guard, and it is specifically designed to work with our snap hoop monsters. And it will fit right underneath that top frame. And you can see it forms a barrier now against that excess fabric falling in the field of the sewing field. You're going to see how I'm going to use this hoop guard to hoop a onesie in just a minute. All right. What else is hard to hoop? How about a tote bag? Not only because it's tubular, it's got a front and a back the same, but this fabric, depending upon what it's made out of, is stiff. It's tough to hoop. So I'm going to use the 4x4 again. And so all I would do is put that right in the center like that. And I'm going to take the top and line it right up. Now this is already embroidered. And I'd probably use a bigger one, maybe a 5x7 or a 6x6. But I'm hooped, and I can just nest that up, and I can take it to the machine. Now, speaking of this type of fabric, this is canvas or a duck or something like that. It's also subject to hoop burn. And hoop burn, as you know, is a permanent damage to fabric. And as you can see there, the shadow of a standard hoop, where I tried to hoop this with a standard hoop. And the fibers of the cloth are permanently broken, permanently damaged. You can't press this out. So fabrics like that are great to hoop with a snap hoop monster. So I would just lay it down with my stabilizer. And I can stitch it and it won't burn. Now, speaking of hoop burn, think of the fabrics that you are not supposed to put in a standard hoop because of hoop burn. Fleece, velvet, suede, vinyl, maybe sweatshirt. But something like this, fleece, again, so easy to hoop with the snap hoop monsters. And now no hoop burn. Something like suede. This is a suede, a faux suede fabric. If you put that in a standard hoop, you're going to have hoop burn and marks. Vinyl, you can put in a standard hoop and it's going to damage that. Is that happened to you? Yeah. And you can put it in a snap hoop monster. Thick fleece, baby loveys. Hard to put that in a standard hoop because they're thick. Sweaters, sweatshirts, hoop these with the snap hoop monster. You can do faux Sherpa. Lovely when it's embossed. like that. Hoop that in the snap hoop monster. Don't forget to use a topper for that deep pile. And everyone likes to, yes, yes. Have you ever embroidered one of these straw placemats? If you put that in a standard hoop, you're going to break those fibers. These are so economical. You get them at Dollar Tree. Well, for this one, I want to make sure I get that on camera so that y'all can see. I'm going to now bring in an 8x8. So that's a little bit larger frame. I would put a piece of tearaway stabilizer on there, and I would just lay that down. And it's hooped. If you want to do the bib of an apron, you know, with all these straps and buckles and everything that might get caught, hard to clamp down, you put it in a snap hoop monster. I mean, pretty much everything that you can think. If you're doing a border, like a continuous border with embroidery, and you don't want to put what you just stitched and crush it in a standard hoop, you put it in the snap hoop monster. And probably the poster child for things that are difficult to hoop are a quilt sandwich. So this is the top, the quilt top, the batting, and the backing. And if you have tried to put that in a standard hoop to quilt with your embroidery machine, it's impossible. And all I would have to do to do it with a snap hoop monster, I don't need stabilizer because the 3 layers here are enough to support your quilting stitches. So I would just lay down the part that I am going to stitch and then drop the top frame in place. Make sure that it's right over and just drop it down. And it holds. It can hold. And we have a big quilt just down the AllBrands right at the end of this row here. We've got a big quilt on a brother machine, and you can see how we are using the snap hoop monster and the weightless quilter to manage the weight of the quilt and stitch out that. But the coolest thing to hoop is a onesie, and you were talking about doing a onesie. So let's do one. Right? Give me 1 second to clear some of this off so that we've got a free space here. So I'm going to hoop a onesie with a 4x4 snap hoop monster and the hoop guard. So let's talk a little bit about onesies. Everybody knows how cute they look with embroidery, right? So, and the amount of designs that you can do are just endless. But they're a little bit of a challenge to hoop. So I'm going to show you a great technique. The first thing that you got to make sure that you realize is that with a onesie, it's stretch material, right? So it stretches. It's unstable. So the first thing that you've got to do is apply stabilizer that will neutralize that stretch. And that is our fusible poly mesh. So this is the nylon mesh that everybody's familiar with. It's a cutaway and it has a temporary fusible backing. So you're going to turn the onesie inside out and you're going to put a piece of no-show mesh big enough to fit in the hoop. Not the size of your design. It's got to be big enough to fit in the hoop, and you're going to fuse it to the wrong side of your onesie, which is what we've done here, right? Then I am going to position the onesie so that it's inside out and upside down. And you can always check because you see Gerber, or whatever brand it is, upside down facing you. Okay, so I've got my fusible stabilizer, my poly mesh here, and I've got it turned inside out and upside down. So Gerber is right here. Then here's my 4x4, the top frame, and I'm going to take my hoop guard and put it on the south end of the frame. So I'm going to put it on the bottom, right? Then I'm going to take my onesie and I'm going to put it with the hoop guard leading through the diaper opening so that the hoop guard is going to stick out through the neck, right? So it's inside. I'm going to pick the whole kit and caboodle up and I'm going to put it on top of my bottom frame. Now I'm taking the diaper opening and I'm just going to kind of roll it up and push it over the hoop guard. Oh, did that not work? Camera. Okay. Did you get that part? I can do that again. Okay, got that. And it's going to push over the hoop guard. And there's the front of my onesie with a target sticker that indicates the center of my design. Now, around here, I'm going to tape and clip and all that. And I've got this entire field now readily available to stitch. The one thing that I have to do is I have to remember to turn the design upside down. And that's the beauty of a target sticker because, and I'm going to have John zoom in on this. The target sticker has an arrow that will indicate the direction of the design. And so you can see that it's upside down. So you got to make sure that you turn your design upside down. If you don't, then only the baby can see it right side up. Okay. So that will work on a onesie. And these, even I think these ones are 0 to 6 months old, even the smaller ones. Nope, 4 to 6 months old. So, I mean, that's a tiny little one. All right. So that's how you hoop a onesie. What questions can I answer for you? If you are wondering, gee, I want a Snap It Monster, I want one of the magnetic hoops. And if you're wondering what size do I get? Well, if you are it really depends what are you going to use it for? If you're going to quilt with your embroidery machine, then get the largest size hoop your machine will take. And that way, you're going to be able to do your whole quilt in fewer hoopings. You're going to be able to use larger designs. And you won't have to, you'll give yourself some wiggle room so that you can place those designs. If you've already got that one, then think about what size standard hoop do you use a lot and get that size. And I will be right over there. I can help you find your machine and what size hoops are compatible with your machine. Okay? So what questions can I ask for you? Yes, it does. If the question was, does this hoop guard fit a 5x7 hoop? Yes, it does. Okay. I would put, the white, pink, blue tape just to tape these out of the way. Oh, these. The numbers. Let me get the other one. These are the adhesive guides that you apply yourself when you calibrate the hoop. And these help you line up this way and this way so that this is a perfect example so that you can follow your piecing on your quilt piecing so that this line hits the same symbol on either side. Okay. And they come with every Snap It Monster. Oh, you need to put them on so that you can line up. Oh. Have you taken it out of the box? There you go. There's the biggest step. Yeah. Oh, what would I use when I'm done stitching on the onesie to keep the embroidery thread? I'm repeating it for the streaming people to keep the embroidery thread from scratching the baby or any other sensitive skin. There's a couple of different products, and they are fusible tricots. Fuso Soft is one. Uh, uh, oh, I can't remember the name of the OEST product, but it's also in. You fuse it on the back when your stitching is done. It's a permanent fuse. Okay, so once you trim the no-show mesh off, the poly mesh off, then you're going to put the Fuso Soft on the back. It's a permanent fusible tricot, and that protects the skin. Yeah. Okay. Thank you guys so much for coming. I hope you have a great time at the festival, and let me know if I can help you with the booths. With the hoops. Thank you.
And welcome to everyone watching from home. You're missing a very good event. So, now are you here really to see the Avenir or just take a load off your feet? Don't answer that.
Yes and yes.
Yes and yes. All right. So Jerry and I, the Durangelo show,
Durangelo.
we're going to show you some new features on the Avenir. So earlier this morning, for those that saw that, I showed a lot of things on the sewing side and some other fun things. So in this one, it's going to be focused on quilting. We're going to show you about the new stitch regulator foot. We're going to show you edge-to-edge quilting that you can do with embroidery and quilt sashing and whatever else we have time for. Okay? So welcome. All right, Jerry, you kick it off with the new foot.
I have to kick somebody? Wait
Yeah.
a minute. Wait.
And
come
don't
on.
kick the box
Don't
because
kick
you
the
might
box.
hit.
don't kick the machine. Hi, everybody. How we doing? I'm not convinced. Hi, everybody. How we doing? Yes, we're at the quilt show. Come on.
Everyone at home is like, this morning, everyone was like, woo! And everybody's now like,
Yeah.
It's a very large
The
place.
Starbucks hasn't kicked in yet. Well, we are thrilled to be here, and I am very thrilled to talk to you about the Brother Avenir. This is a new machine for us, and we have a new stitch regulator that comes along with this machine. It is a foot-based system. There's a sensor underneath that adjusts the stitches based on how fast or slow that you're moving. It's very non-intimidating. If you've ever tried free motion quilting, you know there's a lot going on. There's the foot pedal, there's the speed of your hands, there's the speed of the machine. All of that is eliminated with the stitch regulator. So really, you're just going to...
There's another big one. Stitches being even.
That too.
When I do it, I usually have like a 2.0 and a 4.0 and a 2.0. I don't know. It's a design element.
It is, yeah. So what we're going to do now is I'm just going to follow kind of right along my Lone Star. Notice we are in Texas, so I have a Lone Star panel. This is a good tip for quilters too. If you're new to this, don't just start with a blank piece of fabric, because otherwise you're like, I don't know what to do. Try to get like a printed panel, and that at least gives you something to go around. So you can kind of trace around all the little elements or the flower or whatever it is. And here, I'm just going to go right along the edges of my Lone Star. So all I have to do is touch my stop start button. Off I go. And I am now quilting in stitch regulation. So I'm going to go really slow here so that you can see this. And you can see I can go a stitch at a time if I want. Or if I really want to get that project done,
That'd be me.
off I go. There we go. And do you notice how quiet it is? Do you notice it is not thumping? It's very smooth. It gives me absolutely beautiful, perfect stitches. Let's do a little stippling in here.
Oh, that looks
A
good.
little meandering. I like it with the variegated.
Can they touch
This is
this
very
if I
cool.
pass it around?
Yes.
Usually you can't touch Jerry's samples, so I have to ask permission.
I'm a little OCD about my sample.
Well, that's because you use such nice fabrics.
Oh. So again, I'm very
You all
slow.
can pass this
go
around
really
and play with
fast.
that.
And in just that short amount of time, I have now finished quilting inside this block. Boom. Done. And you can see just how nice the stitches are. There's no pulling, there's no tugging. It's just as beautiful on the back as it is on the front. It's just awesome. Now that's mode 1. So if you notice, excuse me, mode 1 is when I start, it starts, and when I stop, it stops. So mode 2 is continuous. So this is perfect for the Lone Star, because what will happen is, and I'll just start here. When I start, it starts, but when I stop, you notice it keeps going. So this is great for when you are working with points. You need to have an extra stitch at the top of this point here, otherwise you get an arc, and you don't want an arc, you want a point. So watch this. Look at how nice and pointy those points are. Love that. Now, with basting, this is magical. I love, you can baste with your stitch regulator. And
We're
you can,
showing the stitch regulator right now. That was your friend. She just got done with lunch. And
hey,
I go,
how are you? I know. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. So, all right. So let's watch what I'm doing here. I'm basting. Notice how it's bouncing at different intervals, and you have 3 different stitch lengths to choose from: 10 millimeter, 20 millimeter, or 30 millimeter.
30 millimeters, huge.
That's long. Yeah, that's a big stitch.
But the key here is water soluble stabilizer or thread. I'm sorry. Use water soluble thread in the bobbin and in the top. And
Not in your bathing suit.
not in, yes, yes. Do not use. I tried that at a party once. It didn't. It wasn't as funny as I thought it would be. So you're going to use water soluble thread in the bobbin and in the top, and you're going to baste your quilt without having to crawl all over the floor with safety pins, right? You won't have to worry about your needle hitting a safety pin as you're quilting. So you're going to leave in all of that water soluble thread and quilt your quilt as normal, and then when you're done, throw it in the washing machine, and all of that basting thread washes out.
That is brilliant.
Yep, not once. Well, I learned because my last show quilt that won first place here in Houston had 1,400 safety pins in it. Yes, it did. And so after that, I could not feel my legs. My feet were numb. My back was crying, and there's no crying and sewing.
All right, so I know the live people at home because I can read their minds. If you're going to use water soluble thread in the bobbin and the top, you just wind the bobbin just regularly.
Yeah,
standard?
just regular. Yep, just
And
regular.
for anybody that has not worked on a lot of the Brother machines, the Avenir has 5 settings to fill your bobbin. So you can fill it like a little bit, you can fill it a mini bit, all the way up. It doesn't matter. So that's really nice.
I'm a notorious overwinder of my bobbin. I have a little project, but no, I got to fill the whole bobbin. Now I'm like, what am I going to do with all this thread? So I put it on the lowest level, and I just wind a little bit. All right, what's next?
I love this. Did anybody have any questions about the stitch regulator? So you got intermittent mode, you got continuous mode. I use intermittent mode. I'm not very good, so I can stop.
You're good.
That's what he's doing.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Do you want to go over? Sit over. Let me move you a different chair. Let me move you around.
And if you have any questions after this presentation, we're both gonna be right over here, right over in front with the Brother Avenir. So if you have any other questions
Here
or
you
something
go.
you want to see,
Now
let
you
us
can
know.
see. Now you can see up there. Oh, thanks. Hey Jerry, just show the stitch regulator one more time when you're
Yeah.
moving it, so she can see that.
Sure. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Right now I'm just doing a little bit of.
Will
kind
you
of
pass
straight
this
line
back
stitching.
to her? Do you mind? She's right behind you. That's what he did.
And do you notice I am not doing anything with my feet? I'm only focusing. In other words, I don't have a foot pedal, and I'm not dancing, if you were wondering. So I'm just moving my project. That's all I'm doing. And as fast as I go, it'll go. And as slow as I go, it'll go. So I am in complete control. I don't feel out of control. This is a wonderful, wonderful feeling to have. Yes, ma'am. Yep. Yep.
And then he's good.
And it comes with 3 feet. It comes with an echo foot. So you can echo around applique, a seam, whatever it is you want to kind of stay away from. And then it also comes with a closed toe. Now, this is the one that you're going to use with basting. And a lot of people will use this just because it kind of tamps down their projects so that they feel like they have a little bit more control. I like the open toe because it gives me a little more visual, especially when I'm working in tight spaces or if I'm working with very small quilt designs. I use the open toe.
I love that too.
Yeah.
All right. So speaking of quilting, I think this is one thing that a lot of people do. Either you want to fill up your whole quilt with stippling, or what else? There's other words. There's other technical words for it. But we've got edge to edge quilting.
Boy, do we.
It's one of the easiest things ever. You
And-
just have to be able to measure.
And this is going to be on the embroidery side. You can use your embroidery machine to quilt. Yes, you can.
He unplugged the foot. That's the foot. Yep. He just unplugged it. Oh, sorry. I'll go this way.
So there's a couple of ways we can do edge to edge. There's a couple of different categories here. We can use the regular category, and notice it comes up on quilt right away. Look at all of these quilting designs. Now, these first 4 are edge to edge designs in a single color. The next 4 are edge to edge quilting designs in a dual color. So if you want to fill some areas with embroidery, you can do that.
So this here was edge to edge. I'm not a quilter, I'm a garment maker, but I designed my own fabric. So there's no stabilization. This was 10 hoopings, which you're going to see how to set this up in like 2 seconds. And I did make one millimeter mistake on there if you look, but all of them are connected. So you can pass this around if you guys want to look at it. If you find the 1 millimeter mistake, just keep it to yourself. I already told you it's there.
And if you find another one, keep it to yourself.
If you can find a mistake on there, you're good, because that is amazing. That is connected so well.
The problem is, Jerry, the fabric looks so good. Oh, and I used a triple stitch instead of a single stitch. And show them how easy it is to set this up. Now
Oh.
I can't decide what to make.
I know, it's so simple. Absolutely. Yeah, and to line everything up using the camera is incredible, and the projector. So we're in category number 8 here. The Q category, sorry. I have to take my glasses off to see up close. So
I'm opposite.
and right here, we're in category number 4. Here's all of your edge. Look at how many edge-to-edge designs you get. Now, again, this is working with your embroidery machine. So let's use the one that Angela had. This is 008. And we'll set it. Now, the machine is going to ask for a couple different measurements. So you're going to have to measure your quilt. And so the first one, it wants to know the width. So let's just say that's a 50-inch quilt.
And
Now,
it goes really wide.
You
What's
can
the
go
one-
up to 118 inches square. That's bigger than a king. Now it's going to want to know the length. So let's just say your quilt is 80 inches. So you have a 50 by 80 quilt, and we're going to use the biggest hoop. So let's go ahead. So once we go to next, it has shown me that it's going to take 9 hoopings, right? So we're going to put this into memory. Oh,
Find it?
right back here. Here, let me go here. Let me set it again because I missed showing them something. You were talking about how you can make some adjustments. And so right down here, remember when Angela said she chose a triple stitch? You'll do that right down here, right where my finger is. I'm going to keep it on single stitch.
What's your favorite to use? Or well, like I use triple stitch with stretch fabric.
Yeah.
But the triple stitch would look beautiful with embroidery thread. What's your favorite, or do you use both?
I use both, yeah. It depends on what I want, whatever my end game is with my project. So let's go ahead and find my design.
Welcome.
And so now I can choose the whole thing, or I can break this up into multiple ones, but I wanted to do the whole quilt. And look what happens. It shows you how to hoop your project. Isn't that amazing? So it's really kind of foolproof. You just follow along. You're going to start in the upper left-hand corner, just like, and Angela did this too. And then say, okay. And now what's going to happen is, ooh, do we have a piece of paper?
Yeah, right on the left side of your.
Oh.
I got you all covered. And by the way, I know anybody looking at home, no, we do not have the embroidery foot on. We just have it there for looks.
Yes. So at this point, even if you hoop wonky, you're going to use, and now none of us do, right? It's everybody else that hoops up wonky. So we're not talking about you. So if you happen to do that, you're going to be able to use the projector, and it's going to rotate the design so that everything is going to be lined up beautifully for you. Embroidery frame.
Let me take your foot.
There we go.
Oh, you can fit it under there.
Yeah.
All
oh,
right.
yeah.
By the way, notice on that fabric that I have extra area. So regardless if you're doing a quilt or fabric, you have to have that extra area to get into your hoop. So you might have to add a little extra basting or something, or some fabric around the edge. Keep that in mind. It's not a lot, but enough to get in the hoop.
Let me get this plug out of the way. So look what we have here. I don't know. I hope you can see that. You can see the projected image of your design. And so the first thing it's asking for, it probably is a little hard to see. There is like a real bright green crosshatch, a little across the little X. You're going to put that right at the corner of your quilt, and you're going to stitch out your first design.
Here, Jerry, take that foot off, then they can see.
Then they can see
Can
it.
you squeeze in there?
I think so. My big Godzilla hands.
We don't usually do this when the hoop's on, but I know you guys can't see that
My
little
big
mark.
hands attacking the city. Now. All right.
Now it's officially the Durangelo show.
Now it's, yeah.
Durangela.
All right, so there we go. So now we're
Now we can see
now
it.
we should be able to see that. Hopefully. There we go. So you've got, thank you, John. So you've got the little green X here. You're going to line that up at the corner of your quilt, and it's going to stitch all of this out for you. When you finish that section, you're going to move on, and you're going to be able to rotate. Now you're going to use the adjustment keys, and you're going to be able to rotate the design, the next one, to line it up with the first one. So that's why Angela's quilt looks so fantastic, because it lines everything up using the projector. It's beautiful. And then you just keep going. So now you're going to go to the to the right side of your quilt. And you're just going to follow right along. And again, it's going to, once you finish your first design, it's going to tell you how to rehoop. So you just follow right along. It's just so easy. So there's really no excuse for any UFOs anymore, because we can use our embroidery machines to finish those up. Now, again, none of you have UFOs. It's everybody else that has UFOs,
Of
right?
course.
We don't have them.
All right, so we got, while we're in these talking about quilt edge to edge,
Yep.
there's also quilt sashing. Now, I use my quilt sashing to finish like edges of my sleeves, but this is quilt sashing. This is all built into the machine. So this design here is all built into the machine. And then this is the quilt sashing I'm talking about. So again, taking a couple measurements, you can quickly tell the machine what you want. So Jerry,
Yeah,
let's show them that.
Let's show them. So here is your sashing category. And you notice when we just did edge to edge, it's all here. So it's all nice and compact. It's easy
Under
to find.
category Q.
Under category, not 8, Q. Now take my glasses off again so I can see. All right, now we're in category, the Q category, but we're going to choose number 3. That's the hexagon. And which design? That's the first one. So she chose the first one. And we're going to do the same thing. So what Angela did is she measured from side to side and then corner to corner. Because that was what she wanted. So let's and in this case, you have up to 102-inch hexagon. I don't know why you'd make one
That's
that big, but
I
you never
made
know.
this to put a candle on it. That would be like as big as that. That's big. You make one, put it on your bed,
Put
I
a
guess.
horse on the hexagon
Not the
if you
candle,
wanted
but
to.
the hexagon.
So
a
it's
horse?
just-
Did you just
put a
say
horse
horse?
on it. Yeah. Okay. So we're going to say that it's 50 inches. That's a big hexagon, and we're going to have the design be 3 inches wide. And so here it's showing it's broken up into all of these parts. That's how many hoopings I'm going to have to do. So we'll do the same thing. We'll put it into memory, and then we're going to choose that design right there. And again, I can choose bits and pieces of it, or I can do the whole thing. But of course, I'm going to
Did you hear that? You can choose bits and pieces
Yep.
of it. So
Anything.
if you do that hexagon, or I like to use it for sleeves and stuff, you can
Yeah.
go back in and grab those pieces. So if you did your whole piece like this and you wanted to add a few other in the corner, you have the same exact design that you can use in different places on your whatever.
Yeah.
Garment, quilt, or horse.
Or
cake.
horse, or candle, or whatever it is you want. You want to have your dog on your hexagon. Do whatever you want with it. So here again, it's showing me how to hoop. So it's showing you on the screen, step by step, how to do this. So you can see now, instead of a square quilt or a rectangular quilt, now we have a hexagon. So you're gonna start right up here in this corner. And again, it's showing you where the pattern is going to be. So you're going to have to place that little marker right on the corner of the hexagon. And there we go. So
And I think we should
that.
have like a little group chat. Once you use this on the Luminaire or the Avenir, if you, I will bet no money. I'll just bet you that you're going to go hoop your fabric, and then you're going to go to the machine and you're like, it says it wants to do the corner.
Yeah.
So you'll end up rehooping. So if
Yeah.
you do that, send me a note and then I'll tell Jerry. We'll have a side bet
We'll
on
have
how
a side
many.
bet. All right, we'll see. So again, you're going to line this right up, this little cross hatching here with the corner of your hexagon. And then
Right.
it's going to do the outside, just like, and it's showing, Angela's showing exactly what's right here. So, and then you'll just stitch that out, and then you'll go to the next one, and you'll just keep going on around, and then you'll finish up your hexagon. So we love that. We love the camera. We love, and once you get used to that technology,
pass this
it
around.
is addicting. You're going to want to use this everywhere. All right.
I'm live right now.
What do we got next? All right. Let's see. What should we talk about?
Oh, what's next?
What do we want to talk? No.
Oh, well, how about
The
this?
world is our oyster.
We got to
can
talk about fills. Oh, here's some embroidery too. I have embroidery collections that come with the Avenir. I'll pass this around so you can see this. I made a mistake. I would have been wearing this. It was supposed to be a jacket. People at home are going to laugh, but I accidentally made 2 right sides for the jacket. And then the sleeve was going to be a beautiful sleeve, and I actually made 2 left sleeves. So now they're samples until I get home and make more. So let's talk about fills.
Yeah.
And My Design Center, because in My Design Center, you can scan in an image, you can scan in a handwritten note, you can scan in anything, click a couple buttons, and it turns into embroidery.
Yep. You were talking
Super
about
easy.
recipes.
Recipes.
Yeah. So
Not cooking.
I had one. Yeah. Yes, this is now a cooking show. Welcome to. So for Christmas one year, I took my great grandmother's handwritten recipes and scanned them in and embroidered them on tea towels, and those were gifts. So it was amazing. It was her handwriting in embroidery. So that, and it, I'll show you just how easy that would be. So you use a scanning mat and you go right up here, and it would be a line design because it would be her handwriting, and then you would scan, and then it would scan in that all that writing or whatever it is that you want, and then it would bring it up into your I call this my sandbox. This is my playground. They bring it up here, and then you can manipulate it and adjust it however you want, and then stitch it out. It's that simple.
That's one thing. My niece actually, she always does these hand sketches. So she scanned them in and turned it into embroidery as well.
Amazing.
And that was very simple. Go ahead. She's asked, I'll repeat so they can hear. If you're using the scan feature with an outline, it would depend on the design. She's asking what would be the optimus width, optimum. Oh my goodness gracious!
Optimus Prime.
Optimus
No,
Prime. Optimum width. Yeah. Usable applique. Right.
Not quite.
Not quite.
Not quite. A satin stitch. Okay. Okay.
Why don't we'll show a few more things and
Yeah.
it might touch on that.
I
So we can
I
show
have a-
outlines
think I
and
know. I
shapes
think I know what she's talking
and making an applique period.
about. Yeah.
If you had the measurements. Wash away.
So I'm going to show you. Angela was talking about fills. So let's see where those are
This
at.
is the fill. We'll go to this and then we can also help you over there and be more technical too once we're finished. Here is a fill. I gave this to my husband for Valentine's. I put chocolate bars in and then I told him to eat the chocolate. I needed it back for a sample. And there's fish on the back. So this was all made in about 15 minutes using our fonts, our font preview, and fills and my design center.
Yeah.
Now, Jerry, you make it.
So and go.
And go.
So let's show some of the fills so people know what we're talking about here. So let's say okay. And you don't get just one fill. You get a lot of them. You get over 50 of them.
Including fish. Although they didn't pick that for me. I think they did. They won't admit
I think
it,
they did. It said Angela loves fishing, so let's select, and there we go. So look at all of these. You don't just get one, you get 54. 54 different fill patterns, and they're all just as beautiful as the next.
and they are all adjustable too. So
Yeah.
you can turn them different angles. You can make them larger, smaller, touch a button and you can fill the whole hoop in 1 second.
Single stitch, triple stitch. So let's take the basket weave here. And now I have a choice. You notice I created this. There's a shape button right here. So I did a square within a square. So let's say this is some sashing, and I don't want any fill patterns on the inside. Fine. I'll just fill it in the middle and on the outside. And look at that. I have now isolated that square. Well, all right, now I just want the square. I don't want to stitch on the other things. So very simple. I just hit my back button and my undo, and now I'm going to fill on the inside. So I have choices. Do you see how simple that was? I was just touching. I did an undo button here to get rid of that, and then you could put this wherever you want. And you can also take another fill pattern and fill the inside if you want. So let's do that.
And anything you do, you can undo.
Thank goodness, because I use the undo a lot. So look at that. I just filled the center with something completely different.
So, you know, while we're in my design center, this might answer her question, but I could think of 3 ways maybe to answer that question. If you had an image that you were turning into an applique that you already had stitched out, if you had the dimensions of it, actual dimensions, show them how on the shapes that you can see the exact size and just have satin stitches on there.
Let's just have a square. We'll just use a square right there. There we
Yeah.
go. And so now we're just going to go next. And it automatically assigns a satin stitch. So there's our satin stitch. But now we can make that wider or long or shorter. So we're just going to
And the machine will only make it a certain width that will work with your design. So if your applique, is your applique usually an oval or a square, or is it something totally odd? Okay, that'll be a different one then.
scan that in and put an outline around it.
Yeah, That's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
Scan it in and put an outline around it, and it's exactly what he's doing here,
Yeah.
where you can make the satin stitches, you can do decorative stitches around it if you
Yeah.
wanted to, a blanket stitch.
Yeah.
I
So
love
if you want it, look at all the different ones you can put around here. So here's a little flower. There's that little flower. And you know what I love about this is it shows you the preview. It shows you before you even take a stitch exactly what this is going to look like. And now I can change it. I can make these flowers bigger or smaller. Let's just make it really big.
And
What-
that's exactly what you would do is take your PDF file,
Mhm.
scan it in like he was talking about. The scanning mat's over there. We can show it to you. You'd scan it in, make an outline around it, and then pick whatever beautiful stitch you want around it.
Yeah.
Just like that.
Do you notice how these flowers are getting bigger and bigger?
Those are
Isn't
getting really
that
big.
awesome? Yeah, pretty. That'd be gorgeous around an applique. And now at this point, if you're happy, it's going to go over to the embroidery side. How do we know that? Because the color changed. So again, Brother makes things so intuitive and so easy to use. And I now have editing tools that I can use. I can make a patch if I want to. I can make a patch out of that, or an applique, however you want. I can add stippling around this if I want to, and more fill patterns. Look at that. I touched 2 buttons, and that happened. So isn't that amazing?
Okay, so we
Yeah.
should show them. We only have a couple more minutes. Let's
Yep.
show them the fonts because, like, on
Oh, yeah.
there for my husband's thing, have you ever typed in fonts and they ended up really bad?
So
Or
what,
you didn't like the S or T? That's usually what it is.
So this is the magic button right here, the show preview. And what that does is now when I touch a font, what's going to happen is, I see every character in that font. So there's no question as to what something is going to look like. I love this. What we used to have to do is go into edit and then type in a letter and then decide if we like it or not. We'd have to erase it and get rid of it. But now I can clearly see, my name begins with a J, and in embroidery world and font world, sometimes the J's look like a Z, a Y, an L. It's weird. So now I can, and I don't know why. I think it's me. I think they did that
It's
just
you.
against me. So now I can see what the J's look like in every single font.
Super easy.
Yeah.
And again, we'll give you more tutorials over here, but we got one more quick one. There's a new
Oh,
button
God.
on here that's brand new. You don't need software. You can take any photo, put it in the machine, click a couple buttons, and it will embroider out. You might need about 50 cups of coffee, but I mean, just while you're sitting there watching. Oh, wait, I forgot. They're not allowed to touch. Give it
No,
back.
they can.
They can touch it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Be careful.
If you've had chocolate, just wash your hands. That's all I ask.
Because he uses beautiful silks and stuff. I'm going to walk around with this one, but are you watching that photo he just brought in from this USB stick?
Yep. So here's my tiger, and I'll set it. And now I want to make him as big as I can get. So now, and how do I know what size he's going to be? Right here. So I would choose a 7x10 frame if I wanted to frame this, and then go to next and next, and within just a couple touches. Now this is
What?
This is going to take a minute because it's converting that picture into stitches.
You can change the whole machine from inches to millimeters.
Mhm. Yep. Right.
You
in
don't
your
know
settings.
millimeters by heart? Oh, I have her upside. No wonder you guys are all, everybody's head went like this because I had Marilyn on her head sideways. That was just a photo.
So check this out, folks. Here is my design in stitches, and let me blow that up a little bit for you so you can. Do you see all the stitching in there? Here, I can go even farther. Look at that.
Right. Do you have the luminaire? Yeah, a lot of people with the luminaire, they say, what's the difference? And they say, this is the luminaire on steroids.
It is. That's what I always say. So there I go. And so if I wanted to go back, so here's a little tip. You have a memory pocket. If you want to go back and play with this, put it in your memory pocket first. If you still want to play with it and try something else, put it in memory, because once you come out of this, you're in embroidery and you're ready to stitch out. You can't get back to it. And it even warns you right here. You're going to go over to embroidery.
Yeah, over 100 videos.
But now, with my editing
And all
tools,
my-
I can
and
mirror
all my-
image.
yeah. Oh, you have the luminaire.
Let's rotate.
No, you should.
So however you want this to look. So you're not just done once you create the picture. You
We're
can
done in
edit
1
even
minute.
more. Then when you're ready, touch embroidery. There's all your steps, and it even shows you a preview window of what's going to stitch next. So in this case, my first step is white. This is what's going to stitch out, and you can kind of see on the tiger where that white is going to be. So that's it. And now you just hoop up whatever fabric you want. I think this would be beautiful on a velvet. Um,
Oh, I'm gonna try that.
yeah, and then you could create a beautiful pillow out of that.
Probably, yeah, if you had
Yeah.
something like that.
Yep,
Right.
just like a towel. Yeah, anything with a nap.
So
Anything with
we are gonna, Jerry has a machine over there and we're bringing this machine over here if anybody wants to see more. The Avenir, they have a really good show special. I teach a master class for it that has over 100 videos. It's all online. You can watch anytime. All my new embroidery collections you get. And if anybody has the Luminaire or Stellaire or any of those and have questions, pop over there too. But thank you so much for being here. Nice to see you all.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
All right. Welcome to our discussion on the My Connection feature, which is how the Scan and Cut will talk to some of the brother sewing machines or embroidery machines. So I'm going to be showing this on the Stellaire 2, but there are also other embroidery machines that have the same capabilities. And I will also show you, if you don't have this machine, if you have a different brother machine, how you can save it and do similar, not everything, with a USB stick as well. So we're going to talk about how you can move cut files to your embroidery machine to either embroider, or how you can use them for appliques. Then we're also going to talk about how you can take embroidery files from your machine, turn them into appliques, and move them over to your Scan and Cut. And then you can cut between the two, share the files, and be able to make easy appliques, as well as if there's design in the machine that you want to use on the other machine, you can transfer it back and forth. All right, so I'm going to start with a design on the Scan and Cut that I want to embroider. And there's some fun designs in here that are not on the embroidery machine. So we're able to just take them. So I'm going to use this little flower right here. And we're going to adjust the height and the size. And then I'm going to save it and use it on my embroidery machine. So I like the way that looks. Okay, and now I'm going to save this. I'm going to save it on my machine. And then I want to transfer it over, and I'm just going to embroider that. I'm not even going to make it an applique. I just think it looks so cute, and I want to stitch it out. It is Wi-Fi, which is, it's a little bit slow actually in here. But that's how they're, yes. So we're going to go to the My Connection feature, which when you purchase a Scan and Cut is going to come with a card with codes, and then the code gets put into your sewing machine or your embroidery machine, and that activates these features. So if you don't see some of the buttons that I'm showing, it's because you haven't activated that feature on your machine yet. So we're going to send the design, and I saved that resized flower. I saved it in my machine memory. If I just wanted to go and find it again and resize it again, I could grab it right from the pattern, but I'm going to grab it from the machine memory because I already, well, that's not what I wanted. Let's do it from here then. I thought it would save the shape that I made it. All right, so we're just going to enlarge this again. Then we're going to send it over to this embroidery machine. Okay, so I like that. Oh, I went one too far. I'll show you again though. So it's going to send it. What I wanted to show you was on this file right here, you're going to see this gray line. And if you go down, you'll see gray at the bottom. What that is showing you is that though the Scan and Cut mat may be this wide, your embroidery capabilities are a little bit narrower. So it's graying out that area. So I could cut a 12 by 12 flower, but I can't embroider a 12 by 12 flower because this machine can only go 9.5. So it's literally showing me where I can have embroidery and where I can't have embroidery based on that. All right, so we're going to go over to the embroidery machine now, and we're going to go into my design center. And if you go to the shape section, once you have enabled My Connection, you're going to see this little Scan and Cut guy up here. Okay, if you haven't put the code into your machine, then you won't see that. And it says, please wait a while. So it's thinking. You can see the flowers that I've previously done doing this demo, but there's the new one. It's highlighted in blue. So we're going to grab it and we're going to go ahead into the design center. Now from here, we have all of the design edits that we can do for embroidery. I can set the line to be different patterns. And this really isn't about those stitches, so I'm not going to go into too many details, but I will just demonstrate quickly how we're going to embroider this. So I'm going to choose something a little bit fancy. We're going to select it. Go to the next page. Now you can see it only put that on the little one design up there, but if I put this lock button,
it does, oops, it does everything. But if you wanted each petal to be a different stitch, you could do that one at a time. And I just want to lock them all in. So once we go to preview, you're going to see how it will stitch out, and then you can go ahead and set it and continue on and use that just as an embroidery design. Okay, so that's how you would take a cut file and just stitch it out. Okay, now let's look at how we would take a cut file and applique it. So I'm going to go back to the home screen. We're going to choose my connection again. Okay, we're going to send something. And let's applique a saying. Okay, so we'll choose this. I'm going to set it. Okay, so again, where's my size that I want, and I'm going to transfer that to my machine. Now what I could do is if I wanted to cut that out of fabric, while I was doing this transfer, I could go ahead and cut this just out of fabric, as I have demonstrated before with the fabric cutting. Cut this out of fabric, and then it'd be ready to applique onto my machine. So again, I'm going to go back to the home. We're going to go into my design center, into the shapes tool, and retrieve what we just sent over. Okay, so you can see the new design there. Now, when I want to make it an applique, I usually want to do a placement stitch and then a satin stitch, unless you want a fancier stitch on your applique. But for the placement stitch, we're just going to keep it a simple line. Okay, so I'm just going to choose the line stitch. Okay, next. I want to lock it because you see how it's not choosing the inside of that A. I want it all to be my stitch. Okay, and then you have that. Now, right now I only have one stitch that it's going to do. If you want it to do a placement stitch or a satin stitch or a different stitch over, then you would go back. Actually, we're going to set. And then we're going to add. And what you do is you just add that same exact stitch over. I believe it's in here. Nope. Where did I lose it? Maybe I went back too far. You want to place it. Well, let's go back and start over because now I can't find where I put it. All right, so you have your bring it in, set it. And you want to do the design so you have two layers. You have the placement stitch, and then you can know on your hoop where you're going to put your cutout of fabric, and then you're going to do your satin stitch over top. So you're going to add these two layers of stitches on top before you go into the embroidery. So I went too far and then I couldn't come back. Now on the embroidery machine, there are some built-in appliques, and of course they're made for you just to put your fabric in your hoop, do the placement stitch, and then use your little scissors to cut around that. But if you would like to cut these files on the scan and cut, we can actually export them to the scan and cut and not have to use your little embroidery scissors to cut them out. So this whole section in here are made for appliques. So let's take a look at that. Okay, so from here, if I want to make it bigger, I can enlarge it. Here's my applique design. Now what we're going to do is instead of going to embroidery, we're going to go to the memory and I see my little scan and cut machine there. We're going to hit that and it's going to send this whole file over to the scan and cut. Once I open it on the scan and cut, then I am able to choose that design and cut it. So we're going to go to the My Connection again, and instead of sending, we're going to retrieve this time from the wireless.
All right, and here is that shape that we just saw on the embroidery design. Now this can't cut all the flowers and the roots because those were embroidery files, but what it can read was the lines that were supposed to be cut. So I'm going to go here to this little shield, which is the applique patch. And right there, it's going to show me the 3 vases. They're also going to be in the exact size that you set on your embroidery machine. So I'm going to select that vase. Okay, here's the size. It's locked in. I can't adjust it because we already set the size. But I can, if I wanted to cut more than one, I could tile that, then set it. And you can see right here, it would cut out 3 vases for me. If I want to cut more than one of those vases at a time, could add the second one. I want to cut 3 of those. It's going to put them, and then I could even go back, choose the 3rd kind of vase, and I can cut all of those. So I would then cut that from fabric, take it back over here, and then on the embroidery machine, you would go to embroidery, and now you're going to skip past these first 3 because you do not need to cut those anymore. They are already cut. So you're going to start here with the placement stitch. So you can skip ahead. That's a cut, cut, cut. All right, so once I get to that placement stitch, I would stitch that out, and then where that was in my hoop, I would just lay the fabric down that I cut out on here, and then continue on, and then it would do the tack down stitch, and then it's going to do the satin stitch, and it will continue to do that for each of the vases, and then it would add the flowers afterwards. So that's just a great way to be able to cut out something that already is an applique file, and you know it's an applique file because it has those the lines on the design that have the little scissors, because that's telling you to cut it. So if it already has that, you can just send it real easily over to your scan and cut. Now, if you have an embroidery design that you just love and you want to cut some of it out with fabric, you can also do that. So I've been showing on this Santa because it works really well, but actually I'm going to try the bird because let's try something different. All right, so we have this design, and I think it'd be really fun to make his body, his blue body, out of polka dot fabric that I have in my stash. Okay, this is not an applique file. There are no cut lines on here. It's made simply for embroidery, but with the My Connection, we can create part of this in applique. So before you go to embroidery, you're going to go to the edit button and you're going to choose this little applique patch button. Okay, so that button is what you want to look for. Now, if you don't see this size, this button or this applique on the right side, that's because you don't have My Connection. This one right here on the left just turns this guy into a patch. But we don't want to do that. We want to applique part of him. So now it's telling you select the colors for the applique patch. So do we want to make the leaf out of fabric? Do we want to make, I want to make his body, but you could choose, and actually you could go back and forth and choose multiple, but I'm going to choose the blue. It highlights it. Okay, so that's what I want to cut out of fabric. So I'm going to go to next. You can also set what kind of stitch that you want that part of the bird made out of. But because I'm going to cut it out of fabric, I don't really care about this. So I'm going to go to preview, and now it has turned him into a little applique. And when you see those gray checkers, that means it's going to be an applique. So now we've totally edited how he looks. And before I go to embroidery, I'm going to hit the memory, hit the scan and cut button, and I'm going to transfer it back over to the scan and cut. So I can cut out that part of the bird before I go on with the embroidery. So it's waiting. All right, so now that's disappeared. Oh no, it says still see wait, but we'll go over here to the home page. Again, the speed of the transfer depends on your Wi-Fi, and it's not great here. All right, so we're going to go to My Connection. We're going to retrieve it from the wireless. And there's the design that we sent over. Now it's showing you the whole embroidery design, but again, we're going to choose the applique patch emblem, and that is going to highlight just the part that I said I wanted to make into the applique. Again, it could be the bill, it could have been the leaf, but I chose the blue. So it selected just that part, and it's going to put it right there on the mat for you. All right, so you can go ahead and cut that out, and then you could bring it back to the embroidery machine, and then you go to embroidery. Again, here's the cut line. So your placement stitch, put your fabric over top. If you've used a fusible on that applique, then you could fuse that right inside the placement stitch line, and then go along with your tack down, then it will sew around it and continue on with the rest of the design. So you can, any of the files that are within the Stellaire, you can turn parts of them into applique and cut it on the machine. Now, just a little tip, if we can go back over to the scan and cut, instead of sending them wirelessly, you can hit the save button on here and save it to a USB. So if you don't have the My Connection to do this wirelessly, you can try and do much of it with a USB stick, like on some of the older Brother models or some of the lower Brother models. So you won't be able to convert the embroidery on the screen into applique, but you definitely can send the scan and cut to the machine for embroidery. All right, are there any specific questions I can try and answer about My Connection? The what? Oh, the code. So that's what I did to connect these two. Oh, contact Brother support. Yeah. Okay, thank you very much. If you have any other questions, come on back and I'll try to answer.
All right, hello. I am Alexis, a brother educator, and today I want to show you what I love about this machine when it comes to making hats. Who's made a hat? Who has stitched a hat? We've got to change that. All right, well, let me show you how easy it is to stitch a hat. So some examples of some lovely hats would be this one. So I was at Walmart one day and I saw this and I was like, that bee looks very familiar. I have this on my machine. So I went home, I turned it into an applique, I stitched it out, added the word kind so it says be kind. Same one without the applique. All right, so you have plenty of options. I like to use the flat brim cap frame because it gets super close to the bottom of your cap. So see how close down I get right there? It does well with Richardson style hats, anything with that thick buckram, it performs really well. And I've also been able to do a bucket hat. All right, this is one that's on, I believe this is a 6 needle. And I was able to create this on Art Spira and stitched it out. I wear it all the time when I have a bad hair day. True story. All right, so this is going to be your flat brim cap frame. This is the driver. I'm going to connect it to the machine. We slide it on. And it uses the same exact screws that you would use for your A arm, your B arm, all of those. That's the beauty of this machine. Keep the same screws in. Let's get this one in. I have some hecklers in the audience making me dance. I thought about that after I danced, and YouTube's probably gonna be like, "Why is she dancing?" All right. And then we want to make sure we screw in the bottom ones. I usually lift and push back. So I brought an example of something because I'm always thinking of ways that I can use this machine to make money. So for example, if you were to do a customer logo on a shirt, let's say you do about 50 of those, it won't cost you much money to throw in a hat, right? Just throw in a hat. And what's worst case scenario? Oh, I really love this hat. Can I get like 50 more to go with my shirts? So profit margin, I usually spend less than $5 on a hat. You can sell it for anywhere 25. I have some on Etsy for $35, which is really good. Okay, so let me show you how we hoop it. I'm going to cut my piece of tear away. Stabilizer. Hello. Are you guys able to see here? All right, so I start off by inserting my stabilizer right underneath the tongue of this hoop, and then I push down on the perforated edges to hold that in place. Take your hat. Notice your hat will bend. This is plastic. You don't want to bend this too much. You could break it. You don't want to do that. All right. The center of the hat, the center seam could match up with this center notch. I usually take my fingers, make sure your sweat guard is out of the way. Tuck it over on the side. Tuck it over on the left side and right side. Keep that sweat guard out of the way because I have stitched my sweat guard to my hat before and it's not very fun. Make sure you lock your jig, and it's going to slide down in there. You're going to hear it ratcheting down. I usually use my pinkies to help guide it. All right, did you hear that? That's how you know it's insecurely, not insecure. All right, there are some clips that I thought I brought over here. It never fails. Will you grab one more clip from over there? Oh, never mind. I found it. Crisis averted. All right, so I smooth out the side, clip it down. This is going to prevent any puckering that we may have. Pop it off of there. We're going to take it to the machine. Now notice you can't slide it on straight. You have to turn it, rotate it, get it behind those presser feet, and then you match it up and secure it on there. All right, so let's go to our machine. Notice it shows that we have our hat hoop on here. So this is going to let us know we cannot stitch anything larger than this area. I'm going to just get it out of my memory pocket. And it fits inside of that area. So I'm going to go to edit end. I'm going to pull up my camera because I want to make sure I have it good and centered. This is a live camera, okay? If I need to have a crosshair on there, I'll just bring that up. You see the little green crosshair in the middle? If I need it to be larger, I'll press my magnifying. Uh-oh. Well, you got to touch the wrong button. All right. If I need to see it closer up, I'll do my magnifying. So now I can tell I need to go over just a little bit. All right, and that's a real-time movement. And I probably want it a little closer to the brim, so I'm going to push it down 1 or 2. And the way you know you can't go any further, it's going to give you that double knocking sound. It's like knock, knock. And now I'm ready to embroider. I want to change my colors, though, because I don't want to have blue on blue. So maybe I'll do, let's do the first one. Let's use our magic wand, and let's do the outside of the house white. So that's number 1. That one's already set. And there's a little heart on the inside there. Let's do pink. Okay, so you didn't see the colors change on the screen, but I was able to just change my thread colors. There is a section in there that if you want to see it visually change on the screen, you can do that also. Also notice it slows down to 600 stitches per minute. You can slow it down further if you want, but for any hats, it will slow down. Another thing, it rotated itself for you. So do not rotate the hat design. It will rotate once you touch embroidery. All right, and if we're all ready to go, let's tuck this out of the way. We will lock it. And green means go. So this is just a 10-minute stitch out. With hats, if you choose to get it digitized, you know, usually that's how you'll get a logo or something. You'll send it off to a digitizer, get it digitized. If they couldn't digitize it center out, that's going to perform best with the hat because the way the hat is stabilized, if it goes from one side to the other, it's going to continue to push that fabric over. And no matter how much you've centered your hat, it's still going to come out crooked. So center out, and I believe bottom up is the best for digitizing. We have software, BE Studio, BE Embroidery Studio. There's, with a push of a button, you can change the direction that your design is going to stitch out just by letting it know what fabric you're stitching on. So when you tell the software you're stitching on a hat, it will automatically change your start stop. That is software that you purchase. I did want to show you another thing. I know, right? So you can hoop the bucket hat on there. I did. And remember I said you want to get the sweat guard out of the way? This is why, because you'll stitch it. I didn't have the heart to throw it away. It's a great sample, but you will see it's possible to stitch it to there. All right, so this one, not only can you stitch on the front of hat, you can stitch on the back and you can stitch on the side. On the back of the hat, the way I did that, we're going to act like we have stabilizer in here. And I usually get on like the edge of a table or a counter or something like that just so that I can have some room. And then I hoop it that way with my stabilizer in there. And then for the side, I probably need to just start calling these compact hoops multi-purpose compact hoops because I use them for so much. Earlier today in my demonstration, I used them for a sleeve. You know how the shirts with the mama, you can write the name on the sleeve. I used it for that. But another thing I figured out that these things are amazing for, I can't remember exactly which one I used for the side. I think it may have been this one. Yeah, it was this one. You can hoop side. Make sure you get the sweat guard out of the way, obviously. And that works perfectly. hmm This does not. This is an accessory. If you need to, we can get a price for it afterwards. It's just been one of my favorites. Like, I know everything on here sounds like my favorite, but when you stitch so much, you have to have different hoops for different things just to make things easier, in my opinion. Okay. And it's going to be really difficult to get into the small places without having a smaller hoop. I've seen hats that have, the championship years or something, so that might get to be a lot. If they're a good winning team, you can stitch, pretty far up the back of that. And this set of hoops, it comes with its own driver, and they connect in there on the machine like that. Okay. And they just pop off. Usually it's easier if it's on the machine. Yeah. We would order it. Mhm. Yes. So the driver, it comes as one set, as one kit set I have with a 1 1/4 by 1 3/4. That's the oval one. The 2" by 2" is the square. The 1 by 3 is the oblong, and the 1.3 by 1.3 is the portrait size. These are called the compact hoops. I can find out once we're done. And the beauty of hats, so I technically, like, I have an Etsy shop that just is on all the time. I go in there, I set sales, do whatever. It's just on autopilot. And I can be out of town, here, traveling, on the plane, wherever. And if I get an order for 5 or 10 hats, I don't panic because see how easy it is to set the hat up on here, go do something else. I have more than one machine. I can set multiple hats up on. If you want to get multiple hat hooping stations, you can have one for each machine. If you only have one machine, I would get another one of the hat hoops, so that while one is stitching, you take that off and you are prepping the other one, and it's literally on and off, on and off. But back to what I was saying, I don't worry about it because I know that I can come back home and within a day or so stitch the hat, send them out. And hats usually are about 10, 15 minutes to stitch at the most. So it's really easy. Any other questions? So you're going to go home this week, pull out that hat frame. You guys, I'm picking at her because she bought a hat hoop from us last year. And she has not made a hat. So you can do this. The steps are stabilizer, center. You want to center your hat on there, ratchet it down on the hoop, bring it to the machine, pull up your design and stitch. That's it. That's it. I use tearaway stabilizer on this. So I had a 4x4 sheet and I just cut it in half, but there are stabilizers that are sold for hat hoops. All right, and then we're just doing the top part of it. And I usually, if I'm doing an order for somebody for hats, I will, I'll get it digitized. I pay, as an embroiderer, you could probably pay anywhere from $7 to $10 for your digitizing if you don't digitize yourself. If you don't feel comfortable digitizing, just, send it out. Get a good digitizer, get a good relationship with them, tell them exactly what you want. I pay about $7 to $10 for my digitizing, and then I pass that price on to the customer in the in the form of a setup fee or a digitizing fee. So I charge them anywhere from $25 to $30 for digitizing. I never have to learn how to digitize. I'm learning slowly. I've learned how to edit my designs, but the level of I guess the quality of the level that I want for my customers right now, I can't digitize that, so it's easier to send it out. Mm-hmm. You could for sure do that. We have a lot of good software that does auto digitizing, so I tap into that since I don't do the manual by points myself. I'll run into our software, whether it's PE Design 11 or our BE Embroidery Studio, auto digitize something, throw it on the machine, test it out, then it's good to go. You lost something? I don't see it. All right. We're almost done. We're stitching out the last part, which is the the pink heart. This machine we also have an ear to ear, which will stitch 14 inches ear to ear for this 10 needle. This hoop will fit the PR1X, the 10 needle, the 1060, and also the 680. But the ear to ear only fits on the 10 needle because of the stitch field. Almost done. And once it's done, I'll show you how. You can either take it off the machine, unclip it midair, or you can put it back on the jig to take it apart. All right, all done. You better. I need you. Listen, I need you to post it and then tag us. All right, so it wouldn't be a set, but it shows them what else they could have as far as merch. And who doesn't love to see their logo on something? And if you find them wholesale, like I said, you can find them for $2, $3. Oh, oops, I said I was going to show you how to do it on here. All right, so you put it back on the hooping station. Take my clips off, unlock it, and that way you can pull your plastic piece up, take it off, turn this here so you don't lose it. Stabilizers on the inside, tear it out. Okay. I usually put my cardboard back in because this is not stabilizer. Say it with me. This is not stabilizer. I usually put that back in there. And that's how I prep it to send it out the door to my customer. All right. Any questions? No questions. All right. So we have one promise that you're going to go home and use your hat hoop. Do you have a hat hoop already? Have you been using yours? So we have two promises to go home and use a hat hoop. You have one? You use your, what in the world? Oh no, you have to mess up and then you get it right. That's how it works. I know. Hi, I have a hat hoop and I never use it. You don't use it or you don't have, okay. You do need one. You do need one. So, I mean, super easy. All right. Well, if you guys have any other questions, you can feel free to meet me over there in the booth and I will get the price for that compact frame for you if you'd like. All right. Thank you.
Well, hi, everybody. I'm sorry. Okay. I'm not doing a class, but I am doing just speaking to everybody for the next few minutes and telling them about our tables that we have. No, we don't mind, and hopefully people will hear me talking and come drift in. So, you never know. hmm Well, I'm going to talk anyway, even if it's to empty chairs, which is fine. Yeah. Uh, First thing I wanted to tell you about was So Steady got into the business many, many years ago by making tables for all of your quilting needs. And this is a new one that we have this year. It is little because everybody takes their featherweight tables to retreats and to classes and things like that. And the bigger tables were bulky, and they asked for something a little bit smaller. So we obliged. We have this nice one that fits in the little travel bag that we offer. So this is the classic mini for your featherweight. So, and here's your opening for it. You can flip your little other part of your table up and get to your bobbin really easy. It also comes with this cute little metal drawer in it, so you can store all of your little belongings and things like that. Come sit down. Glad to have you. I was just telling her we have a new table this year. It's the classic mini for your featherweight machine. It comes with a cute little drawer. And a lot of people take their featherweights to classes and to retreats. And the other one we have was just kind of too big for that. So we made a smaller one that fits inside the smallest travel bag that we have. And that way you can take your featherweight with you and your table whenever you go to classes or to retreats. I see a lot of these at classes and retreats, and they're very, very popular. It's so cool that the machines most of them are 100 years old, some of them, and some of them are not quite that old, but they're as old as me. And people are still using them. They're wonderful machines. So we make a table that fits that. I'm going to tell you about the other tables we make. In your chair, I placed our promotion for this event. This happens to be the wish table. And this one came about because it has everything that you wish you had. This one can sit on top of a table. Now, let me tell you how I use mine. I take the legs off, and they're just a little pull on and off leg like that. And it leaves just a little bracket sticking up. So I actually use that on my koala table. And that way I have this great big sewing surface rather than an insert. And it has a twofold plan. When I want to pull that machine out and take it to a retreat or to a class, I can take this table with me and not have to have an insert and a table both. Here's what it has that everybody says, "Oh, I wish I had a drawer so that you can put all of your stuff in it." Now, my daughter-in-law, she would put her green M&Ms in this little one, the red ones next to it, and the yellow ones next to it, so that she's always got her snack candy. And she likes to separate her snacks, red M&Ms, green M&Ms, brown M&Ms, whatever. But anyway, we just wanted you to know that we were the ones who came up with the tables years ago so that you have this nice sewing surface around your machine. You need a good flat sewing surface especially when you're doing ruler work and things like that. And so we offer you that option. And we've sold lots and lots of tables here lately, so we know they're very, very popular. We have a show special going on. This particular one is $289. The one I just showed you a few minutes ago, the black one, is $179. This one, the Yeti, is the wish table package, and it comes with the storage bag for it. It comes with the circles and straights tool, and then we have a little special bonus gift that we will send along with it. And it's just a cute little kit that you can make a wall hanging with. So we have those for you. And I'll take that. You can come over to our booth. We're at 938, and we will be happy to order those for you. They custom make these as the orders come in. In other words, if you have a Bernina 790 that you need a table for, we'll make that for your table. If your machine is a Brother Celeste, we will make that one for you. If yours is a FOF 980 or whatever numbers they come, we custom make that for you. So we have you covered no matter what machine you have. There are over 3,000 different machine footprints, so we can make one for any machine out there, and it doesn't matter the age either. My mother had a Singer 401, and I can make a table for that. They are made in Eugene, Oregon. So I love that because that means that United people in the United States have jobs, and that's important to me that we have that. And they're shipped right here in the United States too. Our templates are all made here in the United States as well. So I'm going to show y'all now this special little box that we have. This is called the Get It All box. It can be a subscription or it can be standalone, whichever you prefer. And it's got all kinds of goodies in it. We're selling it for $99, but it's a $475 value. There's all kinds of education that comes along with it. This is full of QR codes, and you can go online and you can watch us instructors do like a live class for you. It's going to be pre-recorded, of course, or recorded. Like I have one next Friday, and they will record it as I am teaching it, and then they'll put it out on the internet, and you'll be able to pull that class up anytime you want to and watch it and learn from it. We believe in providing education for all of our products. We don't want you to buy it and put it in a drawer and come back to a show next year and say, oh, I have that, but I stuck it in a drawer and never used it. We want you using it. So we provide education for you for that. So now I'm going to open the box and show you. As Jenny over in my booth says, this is like Christmas in a box. It has freestanding lace, patterns for freestanding lace. It has Pinwheel Spark, which is a pattern book with pinwheels all through it and different quilting ideas of how you can make a quilt block. Even in the back, it shows you a guide for cutting out. Here's a pattern that's by Pam Varner, and it's the Shadow Dizzy Geese coasters and picture mat. So you can make these and put them on your dining room table. Another piece of the freestanding lace. I think it's pretty. And I would probably do this and put it on a Christmas tree. We, of course, have templates so that you can make any of our designs. This one's called the Pearled Wreath Template, and it creates a 3.5-inch wreath and a 1.5 or half-inch pearl design. Again, there's education in the packet so that you know how to use it. We have embroidery, and it has gorgeous embroidery. We have gotten a lot of embroidery patterns going, and this one's called Shadow Dizzy Geese. That's the one that happens to be in this package. But we also have some. We have one called Churn Dash. We have one with butterflies on it. We have edge-to-edge embroidery so that you can create an entire pattern across a quilt. We have all kinds, and this will fit any machine out there that is an embroidery machine. Like PES is the one that you would use for a brother machine. Um, EXP would be for a Bernina. And then all of the others, there everything is on here. So you can just tell it when you program or put it into your machine, you just tell it uh, which machine you're using. Here's another pattern. This is by Nan Pan, and she is overseas, but she's also one of our instructors. And she made a beautiful pillow, and then she quilted it. And so the instructions on how to make that pillow are in this package. This is spinning ribbons. This is just a lookbook that's included in the box. We have spinning ribbons, the USB sticks for it over there, but it shows in the book what some of the designs are that are in it. We normally sell a USB stick for $75. We will do $60 for you on that today. This box normally sells for about $124. We're doing $99 today. Here's another item that is in the box. It is a placemat. And look at the fun fabric that comes along with it. So you can make that. And I've been working on this one. Let me show you what I have so far. I've used the rulers that are in the box, and then I have worked on this design just out of the rulers in the box and the piece of fabric that's in the box. Does anybody have any questions so far? Let me fold that up and put it away. There is another design that's in the box. It's called the Shadow Dizzy Geese Modern Quilting. It makes a cute little block, and you get the fabric already pre-cut to go ahead and make that block. And then, like I said, there is a ton of education online on Sew Steady so that you can go and make all of these items. There is a little free gift in here from Wonderful. It's the spool pads, spool disc. There's a foam one and there's a felt one. We have applique disc set. We have some cute little buttons that are kind of designed the same as some of our template designs. There's a bound to fit. This makes binding up to 3 inches, and that way it lets you kind of cut your binding kind of on the bias, like, or yeah, a 45-degree angle, so you can get it precise. Spinning ribbons, that's what I made this design with. We have a finish guide, and then we have, if you want to join the club, we have QR codes on the back of this so that you can go in and register for that. Again, we started in the business of making the tables years ago, and then we added the templates. They are Westerly templates, but Sew Steady owns Westerly, so we can fix you up. Do I have any questions? No? Come by our booth. We're at 938, and let us just show you some of the wonderful things that we have over in our booth. And that's what I have. Thank you, John. All right. I will see y'all at our booth.
Okay, guys. So this hour or this half hour, we are going to talk about the Celeste and Art Spira because Art Spira will bring a little bit extra to our Celeste machine. But the Celeste does not have built-in My Design Center. So where can you go to get a part of a taste of My Design Center? Well, that would be the Art Spira app and in the drawing tools. So, John, you want to pop up my Art Spira app and we will play with the Art Spira app. I'm going to set it flat down here so that I don't have to fight with this. Okay. So down at the bottom of my screen, I'm going to touch new, but just so you know, there are embroidery designs that are in here. You can purchase Disney designs. There are quick layout designs. There's all kinds of stuff in here. These are all categories of designs that we have. Each week, more designs come out. This also works with our cutting machines and our printers. There are also projects in here. If you touch in the projects tabs, you'll get projects. And there are educational videos for everything that we have in our Art Spira app. So we're going to get our little My Design Center, little taste of it here. So we'll tap embroidery. And then if we tap drawing tools, this is where you get that taste of My Design Center. So you can come in and select a hoop. All of the hoops that are available for our embroidery machines are listed down here. The 9.5 by 14 is the largest size for the Celeste. So if you wanted to do the largest size, go forth and multiply it by picking that one. I'm going to choose the 5 by 7 hoop for today, and we'll just say done. And now we have our 5 by 7 hoop. One of the things that's nice to be able to do with this is to create quilt labels. So if I choose a running stitch, that's across that top row there, I can say, oh, let's see here. We'll say, whoops, if you don't like what you did, you can always touch undo at the top. That's the back arrow. I'm usually using this with a pen, and I'm a much better writer with a pen than I am with my finger. So I'm going to put for Rachel, and I'll put in from Aunt Cindy. Now, there are ways to smooth out your handwriting. Oh, I can't go any further there. So I got a little excited. We'll undo and get back to make it a little bit smaller. I got to go a little teeny tiny smaller here. So let's see if I can get a little closer here. Oh, it is supposed to be from, right? All right, so there we go. Now, if I want to make it smaller, I can touch my select tool. I can grab all of that, and then I can shrink it in. And I can make it small enough to go for a quilt label. That gives you a way to put your handwriting on a project and give it your own special touch. So I am going to delete that. We'll just kind of, oops, we're just going to erase it all. We'll take our erasing tool and erase it all, or just cancel it and touch new. So either way will work. But that gives you a little bit of drawing. If you want to do your handwriting, you can bring in a background if you want to. So if you want to draw over the top of a picture, you can touch in here, and you can pick a backdrop to draw over. So let's say I wanted to trace that monogram right there. I can come in, and this is my image. I can make it lighter, darker, whatever I need to do. And I'll say done, and then I can use my pen or pencil. I can increase my smoothing or decrease it, but then I can come in and draw around it. That gives you that capability. Now, as I said, if I use my faux pencil, I'm much better at this activity than I am with my fingers. Fingers are not my best friend. I get a little bit of fat fingers going on. All right, what else can I do here? I have font decorator. So if I touch font decorator, I now have font decorator for embroidery. I can touch create embroidery. This is a premium feature, so I'm giving you a mix and match. What I just did was free. This is a premium feature. So I can come in and pick my initial and come in and pick font style. Let's do Cairo, and we'll touch done. And we'll pick us a motif. And I'm going to pick, let's do the daisies. And we'll say generate. And it will come and put those two together, mix and match, and it will turn them into an embroidery outline file. So let's let it do its thing. There we go. That's the reference, what it's going to do. And we are going to say continue in design editor. It is now going to auto digitize it. This is a premium feature. And we can say done. So there it is. It has done our embroidery design and it is ready to go for us to send to our embroidery machine. Now, one of the things that you can also do is there is tons of artwork in cutting. Even though I'm not on a cutting machine right now, I have tons of artwork in here. I'm going to go to the Home tab. I am going to go to the search menu and I'm going to search for paws. Okay? And we'll touch search. And then I'm going to filter this. Although I don't really need to, because the one I want is the paw print with the heart in the center of it. I'm going to tap that and I'm going to say create. It's going to give me a big paw print. This is a printing file, okay? I can make it as big or as small as I want. It's a printing file, but I want to take a picture of it so I can use it for embroidery. So I'm going to take a picture of it with my tablet or cell phone. Remember, Artspira, it works on any device besides a computer. So whether it be Android or iOS based, you can use it. So I've got a picture of a paw print. I'm going to say done, and I'm going to save it to my photos. All right. Now I'm going to cancel this, discard it, and we are going to go to back, new, and go to embroidery. This time I'm going to do image to embroidery because this is a premium function, but if you don't have My Design Center on your machine, you may really appreciate this feature. Even if you do have My Design Center on your machine, this is a nice feature. I can take that paw print, I can crop it in to where I see what I want to see of it. If I want to make it smaller, I can make it smaller. But I'm going to go ahead and leave it like that. We'll say import. It is automatically going to import it. We're going to say digitizing, leave it alone, and say preview. And it's going to create an embroidery design. It has got my embroidery design done. And we will say, I can shrink it if I want to. Actually, it's not going to let me shrink anymore until I create it. Now I can shrink it. When it goes no lower, that's as small as I can go. This one I'm going to send to my embroidery machine. So we'll tap OK, we'll tap done, and then we won't save it. You can save it. You can save up to 20 in the free version, up to 100 designs in the paid version. So let me go look and see what my machine number is here, because we have two machines I've connected to my Artspira account, and I don't remember which one this one is. This is machine number 555. So I'm going to come over here and choose machine number 555 and say done, and then I will transfer it. And now it's telling me it's going to be in my memory pocket for me to be able to retrieve. So it says tap this icon on the home screen, the memory cloud pocket. And now it's going to take it just a minute to find it. Oh, yep. Sorry, let me go back. So let me go back home so you can see what I tapped. You tap your memory cloud part. This one right here is the Artspira cloud. We tap that. And then we tap the embroidery design itself and we tap set. All right. So remember when I said I can only go down so far when I'm in Artspira? Well, on the Celeste, in the edit menu, you have size. This button right here is resize with stitch recalculation. That one right there. So if I touch resize with stitch recalculation, it asks me, is it okay to reset the pattern to its original size and position? I'm going to say yes. We've done nothing to it. It's just a warning message saying if you rotated it or if you've done something else to it already, it's going to reset it back to the beginning. We're going to go ahead and say okay, and I can shrink it down. So if I wanted a smaller paw print, I can come in and shrink it down. And then you can take it and move it where you want it to go. We can rotate it. We can come in and we can duplicate it. And we can take that and mirror it. And then we can select both of those. We'll go into our select tool and tap both of those. Say OK and group them. And then I can repeat them. So I'm going to repeat those down below one row. And then I'm going to ungroup that and select these two. Oops, let's go into our select tool. Select those two. Say OK. Group them. And then rotate those to where they are upside down. So now I have me 4 little paw prints. I've created a whole different embroidery design based off of that. Now, what if I don't want to stitch the pinks? We have this button called No Sew. I do need to be off. I need to have everything selected, I guess. There we go. And we touch. Let's group it all. There we go. We can touch No Sew. We can come in and grab all of our pinks and turn them off. So now I don't have any pinks to stitch. Basically, it's going to stitch all of the black paw prints in whatever color I choose to stitch it in. And that's how you can get that done. I think that's a pretty fun little feature. This machine also has the ability to stipple around your embroidery design. So you select your hoop size that you're going to want to do. And then you touch preview and it's going to stipple around your design. You can increase your spacing. That will make it more loosey-goosey, I guess I should say. There you've got a little bit looser. I need to just hold my finger down. There we go. There's your loosey-goosey stippling. If you want micro stippling, go down as far as you can go and you will have little micro stipples. Teeny, tiny, teeny. Anytime you get to a blacked number, that is the default setting, okay? You can also have it start further away. Now that's cool, but wait, there's more, right? We always have that wait, there's more, but you can also echo quilt around it. Once again, the spacing is going to space out the rows of the stippling, or of the echo. So right now it's echoing, and that's the distance. Okay. I kind of like that one. That was pretty cool. If I go up in number, the rows are going to be further apart. That one's not bad either. Then there's the last button, which I consider a magical button, and that is our decorative fills. So I don't have my design center, so I can't use them through there, but I can use them through here. And this is pretty nice. Any embroidery design, it does not have to be one of the designs that you bring in from Artspira. You can do this feature with all of them. So there are 30 different decorative fills that you can select from. And as you scroll, these are the ones that we have. I'm going to pick those first flowers that I touched, and we'll say okay. And you'll notice that it's put little roses around everything. I'm going to go ahead and touch preview. And then you'll see your flowers. Now, you can increase the size up to 200%. I'll go to 160. And you can go down to 50%. So you can make tiny flowers, or you can make big flowers. I just made big flowers. Let's see what tiny flowers look like. There we go. So there's our small flowers, and that's quilting around that embroidery design that we brought in through Artspira. You simply say okay, and you're ready to go. Now, if I undo that, and that is one of the features that I do like about this machine, there is an undo button. Undo lets me take away what I just did. So it's kind of like, let's go back. What if I wanted to make that into a patch? I do not have to go out to software. I can simply touch my applique key. That right there is my applique key, and it will make an applique out of the embroidery design itself. The distance is how far away you want it from your embroidery design, and it is going to take the shape of the embroidery design. If I wanted that to be a square patch instead, I can go in and I can touch add. I can go into my stamps, or excuse me, my frame shapes and choose a rectangle or square. Pick the one that I want. So let's say we want a rounded rectangle or a rounded square. A square is a rectangle, right? But a rectangle is not necessarily a square. So there we go. If I go to geometry, back to my geometry lessons. A rectangle is a square. It can be a square, but it's not. A square cannot, isn't necessary. Oh, what am I did it the backwards. All right, so there it is. I'm going to touch my applique key now. Notice how it's just picking up the shape. So if I want it right up against it to where it were small, close by, we'll say okay. Now, there's my patch. I've made myself a square patch. I'm going to go to my select tool and grab the original rectangle and delete that rectangle. Oops, I deleted the wrong thing. So let's go one more time there. Now let's delete. Third time's charm, boys and girls. Let's see here. Arrow, arrow. That should be it. Oh, you know what? Let's go into our 1, 2, 3 key and see what we've got. The first thing that selects is the hearts. Okay. So let's see. Let's double check this. Applique. Then it should be the bruisers. So now let's see. See if I got it right. No, I did the wrong one. Oh, you know what? It's grouped. That'll make it easier to figure it out. Ungroup that. There we go. Delete. I believe I got it now. There we go. So now my little black piece is gone. Touch embroidery. And now you have your heart, the whole thing is going to move as a unit now. If I were trying to fit this in a specific spot, I would touch my layout key. I would touch my 2-point positioning key and say, okay. Oh, by the way, that is the little paw print that we did. Okay. But we actually stitched the blue in it. And let's see here. Okay. So 2-point positioning. This is going to be my line that I've drawn in the sand. So this would be your center line. We're going to go ahead and say, okay, to reposition. I'm going to move it down. And I'm going to choose bottom center. So normally we mark center, but sometimes if you're wanting to get it at let's say I wanted it on the bottom of my shirt, wanted to try to get it across the bottom of the shirt, I can use bottom center, or I could use bottom left. Depends on what you're trying to accomplish. But this gives me an easy way to show you of lining it up. So we're going to touch next, and you'll see it's going to tell me which direction do I want to align it with. Well, I'm going to go this way, which means to the right, and we'll touch next. Now on my so I've got these 3 buttons. This is going to move in large leaps. This is going to move in medium leaps, and this one's kind of turtle slow. It will do itty bitty increments. Okay. Now John's going to show you what my bed of my machine looks like. You see that little big dot down there? That is the little dot that I'm going to try to move up. Okay. So that little dot, I'm going to move it up to where it's right at the top of that red fabric. And I'm going to go with fast leaps first. Oops. And when I get close, then I'm going to slow it down to medium. And we'll take it and we'll move it till it's in the center of where I think it needs to be. So there we go. I'm going to call that government good and go. Okay. So let's go back to my screen. And we're going to touch next. Now it's going to tell me I need to move the second position to the angle. So notice I've got this on a diagonal down here. See how I've got, I made that crooked on purpose so you'd have to see me adjust it. Oops. I made it crooked on purpose so you'd have to see me adjust from here to move it up here. Okay. So on my screen, we're going to take and move that up. Okay, now I'm almost there. You should see a dot down on the bottom. You see my little dotty? Let me move it out of the way. Maybe. There we go. There's my dot. Okay, so now when I go to set on my screen, it's going to rotate my design. And if I touch the bottom key, bottom center, it will be at the bottom. It will be where it needs to be. It's going to be aligned where it needs to be aligned. Okay? So we're going to say okay, and we're ready to go off to the races, and I would be ready to stitch this. All right, let's talk about one other trick that I have up my sleeve for today. Sometimes we want to do a decorative fill in a quilting block, right? Well, that's really easy to do if you have My Design Center on your machine. But once again, this is a scaled down Stellaire, basically. It's got all kinds of features on it, but it does not have My Design Center on it. However, it does have decorative fills. So I can take one of those decorative fills with a cheater's way of doing this, okay? I have to have an embroidery design up there, but I don't want a big embroidery design because I don't want it to do it around it. I want to do the whole square, right? So we're going to go in here into our stitch menu. Most of our decorative stitches that we have in our character decorative stitch menu, we'll have over here on the embroidery side. So we've got all kinds of stitches that we can choose to embroider. That's not what I'm going to do today, but I am going to come in and grab the very first stitch, okay? That is basically a straight line, and it is narrow enough for me to be able to grab it. And once I do that, then I can touch edit and touch my stippling button. Remember, if I wanted to stipple an entire hoop, I can stipple the entire hoop. If I want to go to that 8x8 hoop, I can touch the 8x8 hoop, and I can touch my decorative fills, select one, like my finger. I have to be patient. I do need to remember that. There are 30 of them, as I said. You can simply select one. Which one do I want to pick this time? Let's do this one. It kind of looks like it, sometimes it looks like an angel, and sometimes it looks like Santa's beard. So it just depends on what your head thinks of. See, I see that as Santa's beard because of the mustache and the nose and then the beard. But I can also see it as an angel, with this being the angel's dress. So depends on what your brain sees. Let's touch preview. And I'm going to try to make it bigger and see what we get. Let's go down a little bit. That's not what I had in mind. So let's pick something else. This one right here may be prettier. There we go. And this is just going to stipple around, or stipple the entire design. Notice that there's no gap in there. So that little line of stitches that I brought in allowed me to come in and grab a decorative fill, but is not going to make a hole around that line that's there. So all I have to do now is touch my select arrow. Let's ungroup first. Touch the select arrow till it grabs me that little stitch, and then touch delete on the keyboard. Now all I have is my decorative fill by itself, and you can quilt that in an 8x8 inch hoop, 8x8 inch embroidery design. So quilting design, whatever I'm trying to say. Let's see here. I'm going to let you all ask some questions if you have any questions. If not, I can continue talking, but you know, sometimes I feel like I'm talking to myself. Yes, ma'am. It sure will. The Luminaire has actually My Design Center on it. So you could create your square. You can just go pick your hoop in My Design Center, pick a decorative fill, drop it in there, and bring it over. You don't have to you don't have to trick it. I have to trick it. Yes, you can size with stitch recalculation. It is You need to get in there and start playing. In the edit menu, size with stitch recalculation is that key right there, the one that looks like the zig. Oh, it's this one right here. Yes, you can also use ArtSpira. You need to download ArtSpira to your device, and then on page 13, I believe it is, of your settings of the Luminaire, you register your ArtSpira account with it. Basically, you'll connect the two machines. Okay, so for on this machine, it is page 8. So if I go to page 8, I believe it's page 8. Yes, this ArtSpira ID. You go in and create an ArtSpira account first, and then you go and search your ArtSpira ID here. It's going to walk you through the whole process right here on the machine and in the machine settings in the app itself. Okay. Let me see what else. And if you did something that you do not like, so like I'm resizing and I can go up to 200% and I can go down to 60%. But if I do something that I didn't like and I say, oh, I just need to go back to the beginning, this little key right here is my reset key, and it will take me back to the beginning of my sizing exercise so that I know where I started. Now, up here at the top, you'll notice it tells you how big your design is. It does not tell me on this screen how many stitches it is, but the previous screen before I picked it, oops, I keep touching buttons. The screen is very responsive. And now it's going to my ArtSpira app to get my puppy dog paw, right? Screen is very, very responsive. Jerry, I should have let you do this one. I did yours. I should let you do this one. I impersonated you earlier. Nothing. I'm just saying I impersonated you when you were doing. I should have let you do this presentation. All right. So when I touch an embroidery design and bring it up, you'll notice that the stitch count is right there. It tells you how many minutes it's going to take, and it tells you how many thread changes it's got in that design. If you don't want to spend that much time doing something, or you don't want to change your thread colors that many times, I suggest picking a different design, right? It's also telling you basically how big that embroidery design is. This machine also has what we call matrix copy. So if I wanted to create an entire hoop full of these leaves, I can come into my edit menu. I can touch the border repeat function, and I can touch the last button there. This is matrix copy. Now on the Luminaire, I do not have matrix copy. I would have to use a different feature on it. I would have to do the add key, okay? Add down and then add to the right. But it's doable. It's just not a one key wonder. This is a one key wonder. And if I want to spread them further apart, I can spread them further apart, or I can make them closer together. And this is based on what hoop size you tell it you're going to use once again, okay? It will only fill into that hoop size. You can then set it and your embroidery design's ready to go. I've shown the no sew key. We've talked about stippling. We've talked about the applique key. We did not talk about the mirror tool. You can mirror your design. So if you wanted them going oriented the opposite direction, you can do that. You also have move and rotate. Usually if I'm moving, I will move with my finger on the screen. But if I need to finesse it, I will then use the arrow keys. The arrow keys let you finesse it with single tap, so you're not doing large portions. If I ever want to go back to the center of the hoop, the move key and the center button moves it back to the center of your hoop. And let's see here, anything else? Yes, that LED drop light is also available when you get over to this menu. You touch your little W key and it will drop your LED drop light down to the bottom of your machine bed. Oops, am I in the way? Do what? This is a brand new machine. It's an embroidery only version. So it is a scaled down basically a scaled down stillaire. They made a embroidery only and a sewing only one. The sewing only one has a stitch regulator in it. So they decided to give you a machine that has a huge hoop with a few less with a few less features, but still has quality embroidery, large hoop, the capability of doing the matrix copy, the using the Artspira app for those people that don't use a lot of built-in content but want a bigger hoop. They don't want to create on the machine. They just want to get in there, embroider in a big hoop, and this is the route that this is just embroidery only. There's not a combo of the Celeste. And it is a super quiet, easy to use machine. So is the sewing only version of it has the stitch regulator. So we only have 2 machines that have a stitch regulator in them. Yeah, those horseflies are terrible in here. I wonder when they had the animal show that we. The Avenir has the stitch regulator, and the Celeste sewing only have the stitch regulator. They are the only 2 that have the intelligent stitch regulator. All right, guys. If there are no other questions, I am going to pass it off to the last person on the list today, and I'm not sure who that is. Thank you. Joe from Reliable.
Okay. Look at this crowd. All right, how we all feeling? All right, what day is this? Day 3, day 4? Last demo of the day. I'm bringing it in, bringing it home. All right, so good day for everybody. We're having fun. Awesome. Sounds good. Especially Ryan. Okay, great. So I'm Joe from Reliable. I'm here at the AllBrands booth. We're supporting them with some fantastic irons for you quilters. I should probably put this on the right setting before I get in there. But yeah, we got some great irons, some great boards, and I'm a loud talker, so John's got to turn me down. So there we go. So who here's heard of our Velocity 270 IR? This is our best-selling iron. All right, lots of people. Perfect. So there's a few reasons that quilters absolutely love our Velocity irons. The number one is because how frustrating is it when you're working on something for your quilt, you come to pick up your iron to do some ironing, and it's off. You got to wait for it to heat back up, right? Very frustrating. So what you can do with this iron is it has that automatic safety shut off after 8 minutes. But if you don't want it to shut off, you want it to be hot and ready whenever you're ready, you can simply hold down this steam button. Oh, John's not there to change the camera. Anyway, you trust I hold down the steam button for 5 seconds, and it'll show me a D. Oh, he's here. Quick, get the D. Oh, no, now it's gone. You missed it. Okay, I'll do the opposite. So I'll hold for 5 seconds, and I'll get an E because I turned it back on. But then if I hold it for 5 more seconds, it'll turn it off. And what that means is I've disabled the auto shut off. So it's always going to be hot and ready as soon as I pick it up. There, you got the D. Okay. So yes, another thing is you'll notice there's no trigger on this iron. Okay, the reason is because it's got a sensor steam handle. So as soon as your hand touches that top sensor, steam comes pouring out of the iron. Okay, so you don't have to worry about getting any trigger finger. It's very nice. This iron's got some weight to it as well. So, some people are like, oh, it's too heavy, but it's actually by design. So so when I'm going to press something, I can press without having to press, right? So it's a little bit easier on your shoulder. You have to use a little bit less effort. It's all good that way. We've got 8 different temperature settings. So whatever fabric you're using, you just set it to the right one. So if you're doing something like silk, you don't want it to be too hot and cause a shine on it. So you would just put it on the silk setting, and then you don't got to worry about that. But then, of course, you can crank it up all the way to the max setting, which is what I have it on right now, turbo, for if you're doing stubborn things like linens, or you got stubborn creases to get rid of, or what have you. But it's also good it's a little bit heavy for torque, but you can also vertical steam as you see here. One of the big things with this iron also is that it is guaranteed never to leak or spit. Okay, so I know I've heard from quilters that they don't like using steam when they're ironing because they are worried about distorting the fabric or getting it wet. Because of course, a wet workspace, if it gets wet, then it's going to stretch as you're ironing, which you don't want. This iron will never leak or spit, like I said, and the reason for that is because a typical iron, the way it works is the sole plate gets really, really hot, and then you have your trigger for steam. You pull that, it sprays water on the sole plate, and it evaporates into steam, and that's how you get your steam. The problem is if you do that too much, or if the sole plate's not hot enough, it won't be enough to evaporate the water. That's where you get your spitting, or maybe you're leaking, and you potentially end up with a wet workspace. Okay? The way this iron works is it's got what we call our compact vapor generator. So it's like a mini boiler inside the iron that actually turns the water into steam before it ever gets near the sole plate. So when you put your hand on that handle, it's actually just pushing the steam through. Okay, so you don't have to worry about that. It also makes the steam a lot drier. So I know people say, oh, dry steam, that's an oxymoron because, steam's water vapor. But there's definitely a difference between dry steam and wet steam, and it makes a big difference in your workspace. Any questions about this iron so far? How's it going? You're all like, yeah, I've heard you say this presentation like 100 times. Oh, I forgot to mention. Thank you, Ryan, for making me think of it. It also has an anodized aluminum sole plate, okay? So it's completely unscratchable. So that's great if you're going over zippers. You don't have to worry over buttons, anything like that. It's also great if you're doing an iron-on and it gets stuck to the sole plate of your iron. You don't have to use any chemicals or anything. You can literally take like a nail brush or steel wool and you can scrub it off and you're not going to damage your iron at all. Okay? I'm just getting started, Courtney. Don't you worry. Yep. So that's from your water. So it depends what kind of, it's an excellent question. It depends what kind of water you're using. So usually the brown, you're using distilled and you're still getting brown? Okay, that shouldn't happen. I don't know what kind of iron, you're not using one of my irons, are you? No, okay, well, there you go. No, so typically when you get the brown spots, it's from the water. It's from the hardness of the water that's coming through the iron. If you're using distilled, I don't know why that's happening, to be honest. We recommend distilled water in our iron, and it will give the iron its maximum lifetime. So you're doing the right thing by using distilled. I just don't have an answer for why it's doing that. Because typically hard water, any particulates in the water, is an enemy of any appliance, whether it's an iron, whether it's a water heater or a kettle. Because then if it's left to sit, it all settles down to the bottom, builds up around your heating element. Your machine's got to work harder to do it. It might even clog up tubing, and it's just not going to work the way that it's supposed to work. Okay. So this one is regular $230. We're doing a show special that ends tomorrow for 10% off. So it's $206, and we throw in a free iron rest, silicone iron rest. So this is completely heat resistant, and it also means that again, I mentioned this iron's heavy, so because you get the iron rest with it, what you can do is you don't have to do this, right? That's a problem with a heavy iron because your wrist gets really sore and tired if you're ironing all day. But the idea behind this is you can just do your ironing and you barely have to pick it up. You can just place it there. It's also a lot sturdier. It's not as hard to, it's not as easy to knock over by accident if it's as if it's sitting on its back like that. Okay, so yeah, comes with a free silicone iron rest, 10% off all the way through until the end of show tomorrow, which I can't believe it's almost over already. I mentioned the iron rest, but you noticed that I had it over here and I wasn't actually using it because I had it sitting right here on this Connex heat zone. So next I'm going to talk about this board, this beautiful made in Italy board that we have designed specifically for quilters. So this is our 350 LB, and it comes with this fancy cover that has what we call our Connex heat zone here. So this black area is made of the same material that they make firefighter uniforms out of. So I can leave this iron on full blast all day and it's never going to burn through. And again, that's the same principle. So you can do your ironing. This time you don't have to lift it up at all. You can just slide it on over, let it sit there, and you're not worrying about hurting your wrist or knocking your iron over. Because we all know the day your iron falls off your ironing board is a sad day. I had somebody come by today and they said, you know, I tend to drop my iron a lot. So like, do you have an iron that's okay to drop? I said, you should probably just iron on a mattress. Dropping an iron is typically not good for any kind of iron. Anyway, back to the board. So I was talking about keeping your workspace dry, and that's what we have designed this board to do. So if I peel back the cover here, you can see, you're way ahead of me this time. It's like you've seen me talk about this before. You can see it's a galvanized steel wire mesh frame. So what that allows it to do is breathe. So when I steam, the steam is actually going to pass right through the board, and I don't have to worry about getting a wet workspace that way. The frame is also, it's got a 10-year warranty on it, okay? It's a very well-made frame. So basically, you get one of these boards, you never got to worry about a thing. You might occasionally need to replace the cover if you accidentally leave your iron sitting on the wrong spot or something, but besides that, it's going to last a very long time. It's height adjustable between 28 and 38 inches, so no matter how tall you are, or whether you're standing up or sitting down while you're ironing, it's going to be the right height for you. You just set it however you like it. And with this cover, if you were to feel it, it feels kind of spongy. It's kind of like a memory foam material. We call it our Verafoam. And what that allows it to do is fit the board exactly, so you never end up with any wrinkles in your cover. Okay? Because that can be very frustrating, as we all know. What else about the board? This iron rest that's on here is actually removable. So if you're working in a tight space, you could just simply not install this, and you're going to have, then you can fit it in the tight space. It's 52 inches long, and the most obvious thing is that it's this rectangular shape, which gives you extra surface area because, you know, obviously if you're doing yardage or quilts or whatever, they take up a lot of room, so you get that extra space, makes it faster. And last but not least, it's got a handy dandy little drawer here. I don't know if you can see it from there. There, oh, almost. There we go. So you can store whatever you need in here, whether you're going to store fabric in there or your scraps or your spray bottle, as I know a lot of people like to use their spray bottle. You can just store it right in there. Okay. The board is also on sale. We're running show specials on everything we have here at the show. So it is regular $399. We're doing $50 off, and that's delivered to your home. So $349 for the board. Okay. Any questions about the board at all? I don't think I missed anything. It's also nice and sturdy, as you can see. I didn't talk about the other iron I have up here. So this is our Maven 125 IS. This iron I would say go to if you get tired of, if you're doing a lot of ironing and you just don't like filling it up all the time. A typical iron like this holds 300 milliliters of water. This holds a liter, so it's more than 3 times the amount of water. So if that's a pain point for you, then this is, a lot of people use this iron and they love it. It's also easy to refill, so you don't have to wait for it to cool down or anything to refill it. It can be on, you can be a little ironing, and if you run out of water, you just pop this off, open up the top, fill it up in your sink, close it, snap it back in, and you can keep on going. This iron's quite a bit lighter because it doesn't actually have to store any water in the iron itself. It just, when you hold, this one does have a steam trigger. So when you pull that steam trigger, it just pumps the water from the base all the way through the hose to the iron, and that's how you get your steam. Okay, so it's lighter that way. And it's also got this cool little lock up here that I missed. There we go. So if you have it unlocked, you can just pick up the iron like I did. But if you lock it, then it makes it easy to just carry the whole thing around. Okay, this one is, we're doing 20% off the Maven. So it is regular 230, same as the 270 IR, but 20% off brings it down to 183. Okay, so it's a great time to buy for sure. Any questions about any of this, guys? Yes. So this one does have it auto shut off, but it heats up in less than 30 seconds. This one you can disable it, as I was talking about earlier. So you, like I said, you hold down the steam button for 5 seconds, shows you a D for disabled, and then it won't shut off. So it's always hot and ready to use whenever you need it. Okay. We got lots of other cool stuff going on. The Reliable booth's just behind here. Ryan from Mac and Hound was up earlier talking about our new Barracuda sewing machine. So for any of those of you out there who do any kind of heavy material, medium to heavyweight material, whether that's canvas or leather or sail material, or you want to do some upholstery work, it's a fantastic machine for all that. Ryan made a bag up on stage that looked quite nice this morning in 20 minutes. Well, it was two parts, 20 minutes each, right? Yeah. So yeah, definitely come check that out. But anyone who, bag making is really big right now. So if you're a bag maker, you're definitely gonna want to see it because it'll punch through that heavy material, no problem at all. We've also got, you've probably seen our cloth cutter before. So we have a battery powered cloth cutter back there that will cut through up to 1 inch of fabric. So for anybody who does a lot of cutting, it's a lifesaver. You could stack, the idea is, instead of using your rotary cutter and cutting one layer at a time, you can do, instead of doing 50 cuts, you can do 1 cut. You just stack up your layers, do 1 cut, zip, there you go, and it's a lifesaver. It also won't ruin your mat because it's on little casters, so you can do it on a mat, you can do it on a table, it doesn't matter. You'll never need to replace another cutting mat again. So yeah, so thanks for listening. Any last chance, any questions, anything I didn't cover, anything I forgot? Anyway, yeah, thanks for listening. Come check out the Reliable booth. We got show specials on everything, and enjoy your night. Sorry, do I speak Spanish?